Don your finest darb for our next panel. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable Roaring 20s second swing event.
Take cybersecurity to the next level with the Reynolds PROTON Dealership IT panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings, and today we are talking about the state of cybersecurity in 2025. Ted, we have quite the panel assembled for this topic.
We have the subject matter experts. Really great to welcome back Nikhil Khalani from the Reynolds and Reynolds Company, Chief Information Security Officer. Nikhil, am I getting that right?
Yes, thank you.
All right. And Sean Patronis, first time, I believe, on the roundtable from PROTON Dealership IT. Welcome. Glad to have you here. And out on the West Coast, Tully Williams at the Niello Company, Fixed Operations Director. Tully, welcome back to the event.
Well, to jump right in, PROTON Dealership IT and Cybersecurity just released its State of Cybersecurity 2025 report, and it shows some troubling things. So Sean and Nikhil, what kinds of trends did you see over the last year?
Sure. Well, I'll start. Since the big cyber event that happened last summer in our industry, we've seen, basically a spike since that point of all attacks taking place across all of our dealerships that we manage. So, while we had this average threshold of attacks that we would see and help deter for our customers, during that June, we saw a big increase. And then year over year, month over month, it's just been getting worse and worse and worse. So even the lowest threshold that we've seen is about 8% above our average prior to that attack, right? So, and in some months, it's 200+% above that. So nothing has slowed down.
So the big story here is, if we look at the volume of attacks on dealerships in, let's say, April and May of last year, starting June and July, we saw volume go up about 250%. And it did drop a bit in the fall, and we'll come back to that in a moment because there might be some reasons we can figure out as to why it dropped a bit, but now it's right back up, same level as last summer, about 250% above April and May of 2024. So it's been a substantial increase. Now we have a new baseline.
Wow, fascinating. Tully, let me come over to you at the Niello Company in retail. These are things you have to consider every day for your dealerships. What are your thoughts about this increase in attack activity?
Scared to death. But you know what? You need great partners. If you do not have a partner in cybercrime, you're opening yourself up. You might think you got this great little, router or something to block it out. But I'm telling you, if we as dealerships do not have cybersecurity and it's active 24/7 that reacts to everything, your store's at risk. And here's the thing, this is not something we can think about happening. It happens every day. And a lot of times it's kept quiet because, when you have to pay the ransom, nobody really wants to tell everybody about that. And really what makes this work is when you have a great partner like Reynolds and Reynolds, right? Two is that your employees have to understand how important cybersecurity is. And when you run tests against them, right, they know that we're running tests. So if you have a person that says yes to everything, hey, we don't need to do that anymore. There's training for that. But now your employees become some of your active people to help you. Hey, I got this weird email, and we send it off to IT, and next thing you know, we can learn from it. But the goal is this is one of the most important things to protect your asset at your stores.
I want to come back to something Nikhil said a minute ago. There was a short period in the fall of last year when attacks were up, but not nearly as much as they are now. So Sean and Nikhil, what do you make of that?
The bad guys physically are present in countries where they're not going to get in trouble. But every now and then, if the government has collected enough data about a particular ransomware operation, they might be able to perform a takedown activity on at least the technical parts of the operation. So we saw that in late summer last year, the FBI, DOJ, and in collaboration with other law enforcement agencies around the world, They collaborated and they were able to take down a pretty large ransomware actor. And my opinion is that that might have caused a bit of a lull, because now these guys go quiet for a little while and then they regroup and then they're back in action. So,
right.
so here we
Yeah.
are now at our new baseline. So we had a little dip, but it's back up.
And likewise, not just the attackers getting broken up and then pulled back in together and forming new groups. There's vulnerabilities that these attackers, the soft underbelly of IT services that they take advantage of, or ways to trick people to clicking on links, as Tully mentioned earlier. So they'll wait for a good opportunity and see how vulnerable they can get vulnerable dealerships into doing things they're not supposed to do. So what you'll see is this ebb and flow sometimes, and that's just, it's natural in this progress of attacks of bad guys. But in those dealerships who don't have their security at top notch, or a higher chance of attack for them.
Tully, let me ask you, I know you've been testing for this for quite a while. How difficult or how easy is it to get employees to stay vigilant and watch out for these phishing emails and other social engineering attempts that could compromise the dealership network?
It's hard, but I think when people saw what happened last year, the major event, right, is a huge deal. When you see dealerships that are paralyzed for 10 to 20 days and everybody's paychecks all of a sudden, like, what happened, is that people get scared, which is what we want them to be. And two is that we have to actively talk about it a lot. So we don't, this is not something we talk about every day, but this is the guy that, a team like Reynolds is a team that you want on your side, but you're not going to tell them about it, because the more we talk about them, that usually means there's something happening, right? But the goal is that if we are constantly sending those emails out for testing, right, we're constantly telling that. So then we announce, hey, you clicked it on it twice. We have to be careful because of this, and look what happened before. You're going to start to get the buy-in. And it's all because of people from the top down. This is not a top down and it stops. This is a top down. This is the support staff just as much as it is as your managers, right? The people that let viruses in are usually your support staff, because they don't know. And I don't blame them. We just got to make sure they're trained enough to understand how important it is. And the last thing I want to say about this as well is that our vendors, are they secure? Right? We need partners like Reynolds and Reynolds also to make sure that our vendors are not going to give us stuff. Like, you get a bad lead with a link in it or something. That's another way to sneak in. These guys are super smart, and we need super smarter people like Reynolds and Reynolds to make sure that it doesn't get in.
I want to ask the whole group this question, because Tully, and you just brought this up, is that vigilance. And there's a lot of strategies that businesses do to reinforce that vigilance from as Tully said, your top down employees. So Tully, I'll come to you first. How do you enforce that vigilance at the Niello company?
Well, we send out random emails, and that is a constant thing that happens. That's not just for fun when we first sign up. This is something that goes on a regular basis. And then we talk about it. So when someone fails that test or passes that test, we need to talk about it. And two is that we have to say, hey, this store here is doing better than this store. And we have a little ranking. I love ranking. But the goal is that we're talking about it. I'm telling you, there's so many stores that you talk to. Cybersecurity is like, what is that Norton security on my computer? That doesn't work. So the goal is that, are you communicating with everybody and how important it is? And we want them also to help us make sure that we don't get blocked. So if you see an email that you don't think is right, forward it to IT so they can also put the block on it. So the whole goal is you've got to get everybody involved. This is not an easy task, because here's the deal. This is not a fun thing to talk about, but it can ruin your day forever.
Sean and Nikhil, just to reiterate the point on reinforcing the vigilance, what other ways are people, effectively doing that in organizations that you see?
So I'll echo some of what Tully said, because he's right on. Right? There has to be a culture of security established by the top of the business. When it's important to the senior leaders, then that's going to become important to the rest of the staff. So that's a prerequisite. The testing plan, that has to be reinforced, it has to be strong. And the test emails have to be really good. There's all kinds of vendors out there providing these test emails, and you can find really weak ones. And it's plain to see this is just a test. It doesn't really train you. So quality really matters. And then the follow through on the reports, talking to the people if they fail, rewarding the ones who pass. So Tully is right on with all of those ideas. I'd say some more we should discuss. Some people find multi-factor authentication to be cumbersome, and they say, why do I have to do this all the time? Well, it's such a critical control, and if you're using cloud-based email, which most dealerships are, to not have multi-factor authentication is just asking for the bad guy to walk right in. So
Yeah.
that's another core control that needs to be educated and make sure it's implemented in a high-quality way.
Yeah, and along with educating your staff, again echoing, it has to start at the top. You have your IT systems and your vendors. Maybe your vendors provide those IT systems. You reinforce those departments by communicating with your IT vendors. Making sure you're patching everything you're supposed to patch, making sure your security is in the front of everything everybody does, and all your vendor systems that can protect all your personal information, all your customer information. Those are all points of interest that attackers have, right? They want all the soft spots they can get. They want to get after them. They want to find a way in. So you reinforce it by, helping your employees stay vigilant, making sure they stay secure and do the right things, report what you need to report to your higher ups, and then making sure you have the technology and the vendors to help protect you and making sure you're communicating with them.
Can I add something to that? Is that I think the next thing is that when you choose your vendors, your partners, is that I want to make sure that your cyber team is also with you in that decision, right? Is what we don't want is, hey, this is a great product, but they're 1960s technology and they're still on Windows 3.1. Okay, that doesn't work for us, right? So, it's kind of funny that you include your cyber team and you have your IT there, of course, but it's your cyber team to say, hey, these people aren't really secure. Their servers on a farm in the middle of, in Fiji. And you're like, whoa, wait a minute. It's super important to make sure that your cyber team's involved in all of your decision makings when you switch vendors.
Yeah,
I have a question for Sean and Nikhil, if I can follow up on what Tully just said. It seems that when we hear about these attacks, Sean and Nikhil, they seem to happen the perfect time. Okay, that holidays, weekends, middle of the night. This is when the attackers seem to launch those attacks because people are away from work, they're distracted. But from what we see, the real danger really is lurking in the days and weeks before that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so. I think you'll see, a lot of these threat actors, they'll try to get in your systems and remain undetected until they can cause the most damage and increase the likelihood that a dealership will pay out of a ransomware attack. So they often will wait, till the business is closed and they've prepped all their attacks and they hit them all at once. And they want to do the most damage to the company to get the most attention that they can. So they've found all the weak spots already. Now, I'll say that timeline has been decreasing over the years. It used to be a bad guy would sit and lay in wait in a dealership environment or any IT environment for months even. And then we see that time getting shorter and shorter and shorter now, even, less than a week, days even at some cases. But it really goes back to what I said earlier. If the dealership is not patched and updated and the employees aren't vigilant, then they're a weaker target. So therefore, they can turn these attacks around faster. But if it's harder for the bad guy to kind of figure out how to do an attack, that takes them a lot more time. The more time that they're in your environment, hopefully they're never there. But if they are, the more likelihood that they're going to be caught. So they want to get this timeline down as short as possible, but sometimes they can't.
I'll add on to what Sean said. Absolutely, the bad guys also are playing this balancing act, which is if we are already in, now when do we launch the main attack, right? So the longer they sit there, the higher the chances they'll get spotted. So we see this continuous shrinking of that dwell time in the environment. And some attackers are now reducing their dwell time to under 24 hours. So I saw some statistics for some attackers as short as 6 hours. The slowest in the news I was reading, the slowest attacker in this scenario was 17 hours. So it does go both ways. You might have this longer dwell time, and those are probably, I'll say, older attackers, but the newer players are just coming out to hit hard and fast.
Wow. And we saw a different kind of attack than many dealerships may have been used to seeing earlier this year. And I want to talk about that and get Sean and Nikhil's perspective. There was a fake CAPTCHA malware campaign. So what makes this different than a more traditional phishing attack?
Sure. The more traditional attack, right, is you get an email and you see a link and it's like, oh, go get your Amazon gift card or whatever it is, and you click on it, and that installs some malware on your computer because you've clicked on it, you've interacted, maybe you typed your username and password into it, something like that. So this attack was visiting a website. And so, those websites, a lot of times they want you to prove you're a human. So they have you click all the stoplights or click all the pictures of bicycles, and you select it and they figure out, okay, this person's a human, they can go forward. Well, this particular attack basically took advantage of what humans are used to doing. And you went to a website, you got redirected either by an email or just randomly searched on a website. In this particular one, it was searching on a dealership's inventory page, right? So you want to look what used Hondas are there, or what Toyotas when you name your car. And when you went to go search for whatever you're looking for, it said, verify you're a human, click on the pictures of boats. And then after you hit that and hit submit, it prompted the malware page. And it says, now also hit these combinations on your keyboard, Control C, Control Windows R, and Control V, and paste to prove you're a human. And what that did was that launched copied a payload that was a control copy from the browser session, launched it in a run window on your local computer, and then downloaded the malware directly. And especially if your local account on your PC was an administrator, it put you in a really bad spot where now you just infected your computer and potentially all of your dealership network for a bad guy to give them access into anything they needed to get. So it was a real sneaky way of doing something. And it's a social engineering attack. It preys on the human and what they're used to doing. And it seems like they're doing the right thing, and they feel warm and fuzzy because they went to this website on their own. They weren't coaxed to go there by anybody else.
I'll add a little more to that, Sarah. So one more reason this attack was very different was it is called a supply chain attack. So the dealer's infrastructure was not directly compromised. The compromise happened on the dealer's website. Now, the website provider was not directly compromised. The compromise happened on the image and video provider further upstream in the supply chain of the web product, right? So by corrupting those images and videos further upstream, first, they could distribute their malware very broadly. So thousands of websites were affected by this across multiple website providers. This was very widespread, and that is very new in our industry.
Yeah.
So, that just the sheer, think of it as a funnel. You're entering from one point, but it's just spreading the other way. Pretty big spread. The other part was literally asking the user to install the malware manually, giving them the keystroke, type this in, and the user just does it for them. And that was also quite different. So this was very sneaky, very powerful. And PROTON was in a great position to observe this and detect this. And we helped the website providers and the upstream video provider understand the issue. And that was quite a nice success for our industry.
Absolutely.
Tully, I know you and Sarah and I have been involved in a lot of conversations about AI, okay? And it seems that these attacks are now becoming more and more sophisticated, as we just heard. That was an incredible story. How concerned are you that those responsible for these attacks are going to start using or will be using AI to make them indistinguishable from, let's say, a valid request?
Is they're going to detect something weird and they're going to stop it. Now, that weirdness could be legit, but we rather be safe than sorry. And that only comes from great companies like Reynolds and Reynolds is doing here. Otherwise, it will not work because that little thing happened. That probably infected a store and shut them down, and they had to pay a ransomware. And our goal is we're paying premium dollar to have a great security team, which is well worth it. And now we can stop that from happening because they're proactive. We don't want to react. We need to proact and make sure we're safe constantly. One of the measurements that we want to produce out, and we haven't done it yet, but we've talked about it, is how many times we get hacked a day, right? And it's alarming, right? It's not 10, 20, 30. It's 5, 10, 20,000 hits that are constantly trying to get in. And I think it's good to tell everybody, hey, yesterday we had 10,000 people trying to break into the Niello company. I think this is a great way to keep it on top of mind.
With Sean and Nikhil, the good news is AI can help combating attacks as well. So who is winning that race, or is it too soon to tell?
I would say the race moves back and forth, right? There ultimately is no winning, because winning implies a finish line. There is no finish line here. It is a constant. It's a forever thing, right? Technology is everywhere, and we're going to have to protect it forever. But sometimes the bad guys have an upper hand, and sometimes the good guys can fight back effectively. So our goal, it's impossible to say that we will eliminate every single attack, but here's what we can do. If the attack does start, right, if we couldn't stop it at the gate directly, and it does start, can we eliminate it in the first crucial moments of the attack? And so we've had very good success in saying, okay, the event happened, but it's a 15-minute event, and it's no biggie, move on with your day, versus it blows up into a massive problem. So good tools, good people, the right processes, they really help. Make sure first stop as many as you can at the front door. If somebody does creep in, get them out as quickly as you possibly can.
Sure. And I'll add, bad guys are already starting to use AI. We've seen it in phishing campaigns. They're using it to generate email that looks super convincing. Back in the day, you might see these phishing emails that come in and you say spot the grammatical errors or the spelling errors, like, oh, somebody who doesn't know English as their first language, some North Korean or Russian is typing this. And then now they're using AI to generate these things and look super convincing. They'll take a real email, flip it around, use it as a phishing email. So they're already using these tools. So, as a defender on our side, on the cybersecurity side, we have to use AI tools and automation as well. So what Nikhil said of going through and stopping these things, making that time as small as possible after we have the first detections, that's exactly right. Using AI to spot those behavioral things. Our tools have AI in them already. So we want to make sure that our dealership customers aren't easy targets. So think about lions and hunting gazelles all the time. Those gazelles that are the most fit and the smartest tend to survive an attack, right? But those are weak or sick or make really poor decisions are not as likely to survive. So we want to build a strong herd of gazelles, a strong cyber defense, strong IT defenses to make sure that our customers aren't a big target. And if they are a target, then they come away with a scratch and still live to sell another day.
I'll add one more piece here. I spoke about the dwell time reducing, right? Initially, it was about a month, now in some cases down to less than a day. In those scenarios, the tools really matter, right? You cannot rely on just the human response time, human analyst making a decision. The tools have to make a decision and execute it. And then a human being can follow up with that and say, was this the right decision? Was it a complete enough decision? So having AI in your toolkit is very important from the dwell time perspective.
All right. Gentlemen, as we wrap up, Sean and Nikhil, if you don't mind, for our audience, share with us and the audience some of the best ways to protect dealerships and their assets. Because as you can hear from Tully, the attacks are rolling in a big way. Maybe they haven't gotten through, but they're going to keep trying. So what are some things that we can do to stay vigilant?
I'll start and Sean, jump in.
Sure.
Train the human beings, right? The bad guys are going after our people. And as we said, so many stories here, the people were conned into installing the malware. So getting that part right is a foundation. Having a very strong IT practice. So all our software products need to be patched constantly. That's quite common. It includes network devices as well. Having a good practice around that. Running what we call lifecycle management, running well-maintained systems, not letting them fall behind, fall out of date. That's critical. And then on top of that, having strong cyber practices. So, Sean, why don't you go into cyber practices here?
Sure. I mean, so the identity is the next boundary where the attackers are hitting all the time. So think about your email identity, your logins, making sure that you have multi-factor authentication, you have conditional access policies if you have the right licensing for it, to protect your user identities. They're starting to use these things to log into more and more systems all the time. So you want to make sure. Go ahead.
What are conditional access policies?
Yeah, so those are policies that we can build out that say, okay, if you're logging in from the dealership networks and you're Tully Williams, you're allowed to log in and only multi-factor authenticate once every 60 days. But if you're in New England and your dealerships are in Texas, maybe the first time that sees you log in from there, you have to multi-factor authenticate that time. So basically what that helps protect against is a bad guy stealing your login credentials and then hopefully not convincing you to give him his MFA code too, but giving you a nice different policy applied at your local premises versus remote. Or if you go on vacation, a vacation policy that says, you know what, every time I log in, I want to make sure Tully's using his MFA code to make sure while he's in Bermuda, he doesn't lose his phone and somebody's checking his email. So
that happened to me, by the way, is that my phone was on a VPN, not in the country by accident, just so you said, and I got locked out in a matter of seconds. And then, of course, I blamed IT for everything. And they said, Tully, why are you logging in from blank country? And I'm going, what? But that's what we have to have, isn't it? It knew that I was Tully Williams, but it wasn't right. And out I went. I mean, it was seconds. Nothing happened.
That's right. And on top of that, and you have a good quality, managed detection and response program, a cyber team that's there watching these alerts all the time and doing the investigations, because we can see the history of where Tully's logged in from and what states he's been, where he's moving. And so there's alerts that we create, and we use AI to help generate some of these alerts as well. And we're watching this 24/7, 365, right? So I don't know that everybody's IT guy can be the one to watch 24/7, 365 if they only got one IT person. It's just not possible. Plus, it's a different set of skills now with cybersecurity versus IT. There are two distinct teams that I think dealerships need to understand. And on top of that, I would say have an incident response and recovery plan ready to go. Make sure you've gone over it with your leadership in the event that something does get further than it should. Maybe you have a subpar cyber team and you need something to do. Let's go through and make sure we understand who to contact, what's the call tree, and how to get things started during a response. I think this really, really important for all dealerships to do that.
I'd like to summarize what Sean just said and break it up into smaller components that are these bite-sized chunks we can really look at and manage nicely. We've already talked about teaching the people, so that's one piece to this. Next, protect your email, protect your identities, which is the login accounts, protect the devices, so your PCs, laptops, network devices, and your network. When you look at those different components of a security plan, it starts to become more cohesive and you don't miss little parts of it.
Great information, everybody. Thank you so much. The State of Cybersecurity 2025 report is available now at Reynolds & Reynolds on the website at rayray.com. And for more information on how PROTON Dealership IT can help protect you, visit protontex.com. protontex.com. What a great combination, Reynolds & Reynolds and PROTON Dealership IT. The leaders in the industry. I want to thank Tully Williams from the Niello Company for being with us today. Great information, Tully. Thank you. Nikhil, Khalani, as always, thank you for all the great work that you do and for all the work that you're doing behind the scenes as well on behalf of dealers and protecting us. And Sean Patronis at PROTON Dealership IT. Sarah, these are the best in the business, and we're very honored to have them with us here on the Roundtable today.
They are, Ted, and I'm looking forward. I know our audience will get a lot out of this and future segments at the Roundtable.
All right, everybody. PROTON Dealership IT and Reynolds & Reynolds here with us today on the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
My morning started like normal, catching up on emails. There was one that I could have sworn was from Lucy, our billing clerk, but apparently it wasn't.
next day was same as always. There was no way of knowing that someone else was in our system. While we were working, they were searching for data. Passwords, bank information, point of sale systems. It was all behind the scenes. Turns out, they were searching for any valuable data and destroying all of our backups.
I think their goal was to inflict maximum damage. We had antivirus software installed on all of our systems. We thought we were protected. I think that false assurance made us an easy target.
I was the first to notice that my system was completely locked out. No one's computers were working. There was no DMS. We couldn't service cars, write ROs, close deals, anything. Everything came to a grinding halt.
5 different stores for 5 days, completely down, inoperable. It was absolute hell.
Adapting to customer needs is the cat's meow. Learn what's new in our next panel, filmed live at our New York pop-up event.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Van Tine here with Ted Ings. Today, Ted, we're going to be talking about communication, and we've got quite the panel assembled to talk about it.
We do. We have a great panel of retailers and partners. I want to come to West Her Automotive, Tom Druzynski, who's on the panel first. Tom, how have you evolved your communication strategy at West Her to meet changing customer preferences?
Well, I always teach the management team, we can't expect all of our people to adapt to the way that they communicate to our styles. We need to be able to adapt to their styles, right? The same goes with our customers. We can't continue to force them to adapt to the way that we do business and only communicate by phone. We really have to give the time. So, utilizing things like text, utilizing video multi-points, and not just for the initial delivery of, hey, here's what we've looked at for the vehicle, but also for your updates. How powerful is a quick video update sent via text, for a customer to watch it at their time? Really, it's just more so trying to stay with the times and flex our styles to work with the customers.
And Ed, at Bozard, you don't just have a communication strategy, you have a communication center.
Absolutely. Communicating with our customers is no matter what we do, we never communicate enough. And we feel like people want to communicate with us the way we want to be communicated with. But like Tom said, we should be communicating with our customers the way they want to be communicated. Some won't text, some wants the phone call, some wants the video chat or the chat. But that's what we need to determine. Or we need to make sure we're asking the right questions of how they prefer for us to communicate with them. And if we do that, then we're already starting to meet them at their level and building layers of transparency. And that's where it all begins, is building layers of trust.
Jim, what are you seeing at All American?
We're doing texting is the primary. It seems to be the most popular through our consumers or our guests for the interaction. We do video multi-point inspections. We do them in our shop, which is very, very successful. Emails. It's kind of in third place, but texting is the primary function that we use as a communicator.
Chris, when you're thinking about transparency and how it's important and really the customer experience today, how does transparency play into building trust and boosting retention?
Well, I think no matter what business you're in, whether it's our business related to retailers or your business with consumers, transparency is really everything. There's been a lacking of that, I think, in our industry for a while, and now it feels like we're going the opposite direction. We try to make sure that we walk the walk from our side, that we're being transparent with our customers, but I think it is the number one thing that contributes, to loyalty and customer retention.
And Ashleigh, transparency is becoming more important, not only in human communication, but then also technology communications.
Yeah, 100%. And I've studied communication styles for many years. So it's not just about figuring out
what vertical your customer wants to be communicated in, but in what way. If you have somebody very direct and you are more conversational and salesy to them, you can instantly kind of turn them off, versus if you're a direct person like I am, and I communicate with you in a way that I might turn you off by trying to be your trusted advisor and giving you information up front, whether it's via text or on that MPI or on the video. But I'm communicating with you in a way that I think I would want to be communicated with without recognizing your unique communication style. I think that is a big key player as we continue to evolve the types of technology we use.
And Mickey, trust is really important when it comes to retention as well.
I don't think you can retain a customer if they don't trust you, right? And I want to go back to the communication piece. Whatever it is, we're in a unique position where we have two customers. We have the car dealers that we sell our products to, and then the end user of it. And whatever your form of communication is, they want it quickly, right? They don't want to wait to the end of the day, or every hour seems like a week to them. But back to the trust piece, you only get one chance to make a first impression. And human psychology tells you that once that's gone, you're 98% likely to lose the trust in that consumer. So, you know, we live in a world today where you can't really lie to the consumer. They can get on their phone, they can find out whatever it is. And by the time they leave your dealership or your organization and get in the car, they've posted on their Facebook page or whatever it is, and you're finished. So, I mean, I tell our reps all the time, and we're very blessed that we don't have to do that. We're a very profitable company. We've been around for a long time, and we tell the truth and we're honest, even if it hurts. But when we do it quickly.
And Tim, just coming back to the transparency piece of it, how do you see it continuing to evolve in the customer experience?
I think when we talk to our dealers, when it comes to transparency, it's all about meeting the customer's expectations. I think what I'm really proud of is the industry has evolved in the vehicle we communicate. It used to be just call us and that's it. Now there's lots of ways to communicate with our dealerships, but what is said and meeting the customer's expectation, that's the next thing that we have to think about when it comes to communication. Trust and transparency is a no-brainer. You have to have that. Anticipating the consumer's needs is the next round of that, and essentially taking care of the consumer in a way where they actually are wowed by the communication, not worn out by the communication. That's where we see dealerships really pulling away to that greatness.
And Maureen, thinking about that trust element when it comes to how the customer is looking at the ROs, what are you seeing?
You know, it's really interesting. You know, I always think of customers so globally, right? You've got the customers that come in and buy our products and our services. You've got our internal customers, which are our employees. We've talked about our beloved technicians. And uniquely as a partner, we have all of you that are our partners. And when you ask for input, you have to take action on it. And one of the things that we have instituted is an advisory council made up of uniquely different sized dealerships from different areas of the country. Because if you don't understand your customers' pain points, it's very difficult to actually service and deliver excellence. And that same whether it's within the dealership. So on a best practice example I'd love to give it is David Long is a huge supporter of Fixed Ops Roundtable from Hansel Automotive Group. And he said, I realized that as an executive GM, I was meeting with all of my F&I managers, all my service managers. I never met with my technicians ever. And so he started doing a roundtable with technicians, but took it another level farther by having them do minutes and then getting back to them at the next meeting on exactly what they had accomplished. And that began to build trust, and it begins to build because now people want to come work there, right? Because what you do takes action, and that builds trust. And without trust, we have nothing.
If I can follow up, Chris, at Reynolds, we've been very successful at helping retailers being able to retail anywhere, if I can use that phrase, and to do that without slowing down the process. In fact, making it more efficient. Speak to us about that and the evolving customer needs that you're helping fill.
Well, it was just, I don't know who mentioned it earlier, you know, it's about meeting customers, you know, where they are. I mean, people don't really want a phone call, you know, anymore. It's too long. You know, it's too interruptive to their day. They want to be able, you know, to respond. Conversely, you have to respond back to them. It's like, you know, I'm sure everyone in this room, when you leave a text message, you expect an instant response. It's not an email that you can get back to me the next day. You expect an instant response. So it's about enabling them to meet the customer where they are. So for things like, when you're testing a customer about, adding work, to repair order, we see the acceptance rate, is much higher. We see a decrease in one-line ROs. So all the things that we want to see, moving, those are the things that we see moving just from communicating to customers in a different way, but in the way that they want to be communicated with.
And Maureen, at Dynatronic, you're helping dealers to do that as well. Speak to that, if you would.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about a customer, for them to understand that you've really taken market data to have the perfect pricing with quality technicians, mobile service, AI, all the things we've talked about today, it's really important there's transparency with the customer so that the customers understand it, but it's also the transparency between service advisors and technicians and understanding we're a team and how do we communicate it. Because if they're busy running around doing that, they're not taking care of the customer. And that FaceTime is so powerful, as well as the management to be developing the people. So a big part of what we do is really helping them to do that.
And Ashleigh, this really is the dawn of a new day with all the things such as telematics that are now built into the cake, baked into the cake, if you will.
Yep.
You're helping dealers go the last mile on communicating that to the customer. Speak to us about that, because that's brand new.
Yes, brand new, hot off the press. We are reaching out proactively to customers to let them know why their check engine light is on, not just they know their check engine light is on, but to prompt them that, hey, this is a critical safety concern, or this is just a maintenance light. If we're reaching out to them first and being that first line of contact, then we're not going to lose that $60 billion to the aftermarket in parts and service. And we're just not going to lose our customers if we are the ones that are reaching out to them and letting them know what their vehicle needs.
Ed, I like this evolution. It's really good for the consumer, good for business all the way around.
Absolutely, and it's about giving customers back what they're looking for. If they tell you their form of communication is text, send them a video text. Seeing is believing. If the picture's worth 1,000 words, well, the video's worth 1,000 pictures. Send them. If they tell you their form of communication is false, FaceTime them. When they see what's going on, they believe it. If you just call them, leave them a message, hey, I know I told you your car's gonna be ready at 5 o'clock, but the tech got tied up and he's not quite done. That's a whole different conversation when you're on FaceTime out there in the bay with their vehicle in the background. Hey, he's been working away on your vehicle. It's not gonna be done at 5 o'clock. I don't want to rush him. I need some more time on. It's taking what they're asking for and raising the level.
And Tim, you've been really good at taking all this and making it sticky for dealerships with a lot of the new tools that Capital One has come out with and continuing to come out with. I don't know if you want to speak to some of that, but this communication is really an opportunity.
Yeah, so I mean, I think communication is critical. We've been developing some tools with some dealers. I think the thing that we're struck by is when you find a communication vehicle that allows you to transfer your culture and your tone in the communication vehicle you've chosen, that's when that customers really start to respond. For example, at Capital One, just to be transparent, we're kind of like loose with our communication. We're kind of fun. We're actually trying not to be real stuffy when it comes to communication. We're trying to be a little cheeky, and we found that some dealers are kind of in the same boat. I think recognizing that consumers are very busy, they have their own lives, and they need to communicate in either a very fast way or maybe a little bit less of a stressful way. And so that's the thing we're trying to build into things like Chat Concierge and the vehicles we're using to communicate between dealerships and consumers.
Sarah, exciting times.
It really is, Ted. We've got a lot to look forward to in this industry.
Want to thank the communication panel, everybody. Thank you for all you do for the industry. Great to have you with us here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We're in New York City. We are at the home of Uber at the World Trade Center, and Sarah and I will be right there.
Don't let them get away with a clean sneak. Let's hear from Privacy for Cars in our next segment.
the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we're going to be talking about a very important topic in our industry, Ted.
We want to welcome Mary Marwig, Vice President of Marketing at Privacy for Cars. Mary, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks for having me, Ted and Sarah.
Mary, we have heard so much about privacy for cars. For our audience, take us back to the beginning. What is privacy?
It's a great question, Ted. So let me tell you about the problem that we solve. So when you get a trade-in or a loaner return or a rental even, you've probably had the experience where you sit in the car, you turn it on, and someone else's text messages, call logs, even payment details pops up, and it's not a good customer experience. So what we do is we give dealers the tools and the processes to properly delete that data off that car so the prior driver has peace of mind, and then the next driver has a better experience moving forward.
Mary, that is such an incredible component of what technology and what people experience in vehicles today. Can you share with us some stories about what you mean when you're talking about some of these pieces with data being stored in the vehicle?
Yeah, absolutely. So, the things that make a car convenient, Sarah, are also the things that can pose a security risk when you're not in control of the car. So again, text messages, home addresses, call logs, contacts, payment details. So let me share one of the stories actually my colleague faced. She purchased a pre-owned EV. It was a great car, and she went to go charge it for the very first time. And the former driver's credit card was still attached to that car. So when she charged it, their credit card got charged. And she was freaking out because she wasn't trying to do this. So she had to call up the dealership, say, hey, help me out. There's fraud happening. I'm not trying to do that. I need my credit card in there. And so now this has become a customer issue, not only with the person who drove the car, but the prior driver too. So, but Sarah, we talked a few days ago, and you had a story too that also blew my mind. So would you be willing to share that?
Yes, we were talking a little bit about some of these components happening in rental and fleet vehicles. And I had a friend that had rented a car and, conveniently stored some phone numbers, in the vehicle as they were in the car making phone calls as they were driving around. And she didn't think about it when she got back to the airport, but what she can trace, what happened from there was that this person, whoever had the rental car after her, had some of those contact phone numbers and at least had enough information to know about who she was, her name, and was calling some of these people in that log and saying that she was in trouble and that someone needed to send money. And luckily, her friends and family were able to ascertain that obviously this is a scam. But it's just the reality. We think about, so many different rental cars, so many different service loaners, so many different vehicles, changing hands, across the country, especially with rideshare. So it's a very prevalent, common issue in our industry.
It is. And one that has a solution.
Yes.
Mary, I can just listening to the stories that you're both relating, there are millions of vehicles affected by this. And I mean, that's just here in the United States. Okay. I imagine globally, I can't even begin to think. And all this information, Sarah, is, private to the customer. That's my information. And it easily can get out. So this is top of mind. Mary, I live in New Jersey, and I see there's been some legislation passed. Would you mind speaking about that a little bit?
Sure, Ted. So in New Jersey in particular, they have passed a new law where they require dealers to offer to delete personal data when a trade-in or a car meant for resale comes in. And so our customers in New Jersey, they are using the Privacy for Cars app, and it makes complying with this very easy. With the app, you can scan the car, delete the data off it, and then you get a certificate of deletion. So that's not only your compliance record, Ted, but that's what the customer is looking for too. So yes, for dealers in New Jersey, please be aware that there is a law mandating this, but I want to say there's a lot more to data deletion beyond what's required by the law because customers want this.
And that's part of the secret sauce at Privacy for Cars.
True. Yes, exactly. Customers, it's not just a compliance issue. Customers are asking for it and they're willing to pay for it, Ted. So some of our dealer customers do offer it as a complimentary service, oftentimes to bring in trade-ins, for example, or they're marketing on it. But some of our dealers are using it as a way to drive new revenue by charging a reasonable fee.
Mary, you touched on New Jersey specifically and the laws there, but we've got a lot of, and Privacy for Cars has a lot of customers around the country that maybe those laws aren't in effect, or maybe they're on the docket to become in effect. So how are dealers using Privacy for Cars in other states across the country?
It's a great question, Sarah. So again, I think this is much bigger than compliance, and our most successful customers think of privacy as a marketing tool and a customer satisfaction benefit. So for example, we've got Premier Honda in New Orleans, and they have a huge ad on their homepage touting their privacy services because it's a customer benefit. People want it and they're willing to pay for it. So not just compliance, but also a benefit.
Sarah, this enters into so much: the auctions, the recon process, used vehicles coming to dealership, vehicles coming in every day like we see here for service. It just goes on and on, Sarah.
It does, and there's so many devices that connect to our vehicles and connect our lives, and privacy and retaining your own data. It's becoming an even more critical component, Ted.
And Mary, your company has the tools to be able to tell whether a vehicle has actually been cleaned or cleansed of that information, and you provide that certificate you mentioned for the customer.
Absolutely. And having the certificate of deletion provides that audit trail of what was done by who and when. So not only does it help you, again, for that New Jersey law that has requirements, but also gives that customer peace of mind. Many of our dealers also put that certificate on their website. So their VDP page, you can see it right there. It's right front and center, and it's a value to your customers and the dealership.
Dealers using Privacy for Cars actually have an advantage of those who don't. Yes. And Sarah, I could see that becoming, if you would, the next frontier, okay, privacy, if it's not already here.
Privacy is a human right, Ted, and this is an exciting chapter in automotive for everyone.
Mary, congratulations on all the good work you do.
Thank you, Ted. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Mary.
I'm Ted Ings. I'm here with Sarah Van Tyne. We're here with Mary Marwig from Privacy for Cars. We will be right back.
We had a customer who had an Audi for about 8 years, and it was their pride and joy. After much consideration, they decided it was time to replace that with a new one. It wasn't until about 2 weeks later when we called her that her plates were in that she realized, oh no, I left all my addresses and all my information in the car. At which point we easily diffused her by letting her know we partner with Privacy for Cars, and her data was gone from that car before it even saw the inside of our service shop.
Take a moment now to pull out your gadgets, gizmos, and cellular devices to scan the QR code on your screen to vote for the Sean Butler Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of the event. Remember, every vote counts, so make sure to gun for the 5 speakers or panelists that are the bee's knees. And don't forget, you can only vote once. This just in, our next speaker is Mike Bauer from BG Products.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. This is the part of the event we've all been waiting for. Mike Bauer, Mikey B, corporate trainer from BG Products, US and Canada, is with us. A big fan favorite here on the Roundtable. Mike, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. Always a pleasure.
Mike, here we are, beginning of September. You and I were chatting in the green room. It's football season, and hopefully this is the year for our Bills. We'll have a new stadium next year, and I hope to see you there. We'll go in person, but hopefully they can pull it off this year and not just be selling hope. So,
I can't wait another 30 years. I'm at that age, I'll never make it.
We got to win it for Marv, right? So for sure.
Have to.
Yep. You and I were talking about, in service, we typically talk about if our teams can only get another 0.3, the 0.3 effect. We've talked about it for years. Managers are always talking about it. Trainers are talking about it, but no one's really ever put a pencil to it, I think, the way you have. And you look at it scientifically. So I don't know if you'd mind sharing some of that with the audience, since service training is in vogue these days, okay? And you do a lot of it there at BG Products.
God, so true. The years are going by so fast, especially in the automotive field. Our businesses are separated by quarters, and we're in the end of our third quarter, going to be starting fourth quarter soon. So you and I who've sat in a chair, we know what's coming up. End of year processes, business plans for next year, 10 to 15% growth, and it's nothing new. As far as the 0.3, you said it. We've known this. I mean, when I was being trained as a FOD, how important that 0.3 is. And I talk about it in my classes with managers, fixed ops directors, GMs, and advisors. And I always made them pencil it out. And it's just real easy math. And I put together an Excel spreadsheet just to make it even easier. And Ted, I'm a person that I deal with strictly conservative numbers. I don't like to be sold. I don't like it when salespeople come in and give me a pipe dream number that's not even real, that's not even attainable. So I make everybody take how many ROs, advisors, and managers. How many ROs do you write in a given day? CPN warranty, because we know some of those warranty tickets will have a CP line. But I tell them, just give me your customer pay. Now I want you to take that total and cut it in half. Now let's do the math. 0.3 times that number per day, per week, per month, per year. And Ted, the faces that I get, because I'll go around going, what did you get? 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 And they're blown away. But here's the caveat. That's labor. There's no parts attached. There's no bonuses. There's nothing. It's strictly labor. So I tell them, if you need that 10, 15% growth, it's been in front of you. But the question is, where do we get it? Well, there's 4 facets. And you and I have, over our period together, we've talked about them. The multi-point, the walk around, menus, setting the next appointment. These are basics that every service department should be doing. But I got to tell you, Ted, in my 38 weeks of traveling per year over the 15 years, these are many of the basics that a lot of service departments are not doing. And it's like, why are you not doing it? Of course, you get every excuse under the sun. We're too busy. We're too that. Well, today's a day you better figure it out. But it's been in front of us the whole time. And that 0.3 adds up. It's amazing.
Mike, I love how you broke it down to the 4 categories that you just mentioned. I won't go in the same order, but you talk about service menus. You talk about the service interactive walk around with the customer at the customer's vehicle. You talk about doing a quality multi-point inspection. I love some of the training you have out there right now on MPIs. I think BG's training is second to none. And that last one that we rarely, if ever, do, which is setting the next appointment, setting the expectation for that next visit while the customer is still with us. Those 4 areas really add up and easily will help us get that 0.3 if we're focused on them. And like you said, you're right. In a couple months, we're coming into forecasts, we're coming into next year, and everybody wants to pick up another, like you said, 10, 15 or more % in growth. How are we going to get there? that 0.3 effect, Mike. That's how.
Oh, and Ted, in your travels, how many dealers do you see going through a new build or a rebuild? So that 10-15%, that's what it was before they broke ground on the new building, correct? So they better have that in place before they turn key on that new facility. So why are they going to wait? Do it now. Because by doing it now, by January 1st, it's already going. It's already moving. But everybody wants to wait till after the first of the year. Oh my God, Ted, this is why I'm bald. Because I pulled my hair out. Oh my God.
Mike, if we wait, we're already too long if we're talking about when we're going to start, because we needed to start now. And today, with what we have, it's never the perfect time, whatever day it is, September or October. We got to start with what we've got and and get going. Otherwise we're not going to start at all. And that's the hardest part, is getting started.
Procrastination. It really is. Change is painful. I got to tell you, I was pretty good at being a fixed ops director because I had two wonderful mentors. But the one thing that, I'm going to pat myself in the back. I'm very anal about processes. And if you don't have a process that is in written form, because I get it all the time. Oh, yeah, we do this, we do that. Show me in written form. If you don't have it in written form, it is not a process. But I've always called it the 90-day no-brainer. You got to work it for 90 days because you're going to tweak it. You're going to move it. It's like the couch you moved, you thought was going to be in a good spot. And then you look back and you go, God, it's not working the way I thought. We'll try it somewhere else. A couple of things you're going to find out. A better way, or maybe it just isn't going to work. But the point is, you're never going to know unless you try, because I get managers going, oh, no, that ain't going to work in here. How do you know that? Is there a crystal ball that you just looked into? You haven't even tried it. But again, every excuse under the sun. And these are very simple things that will get into the next level. We're not talking, divide your shop into teams. We're not talking any of that. Sorry, spam.
That's another store that wants training, Mike.
But Ted, you see it all the time. It's one excuse after another. And I know these managers are inundated. There's a lot of managers that got thrown in there when yesterday were the advisor. Today they're running 3 rooftops and no training. Right, I get it. And so they're scared. Who the hell wouldn't be? But the money is sitting right in front of them.
Mike, do you get, and you've worked with so many managers and advisors and dealers over the years, do you get a lot of people calling you from retail for advice, and they call you up and say, Mike, here's a situation. Here's what I've got. What would you do in this case? Do you get a lot of that? Because I have a feeling that you're a mentor to a whole lot of people out there, maybe even more than you're aware of.
And you just said it. Not that I plan that, but I do. I get a lot of phone calls. But also, when I'm doing my trainings with the advisors, I tell our rep, I want it mandatory that the manager be sitting in my class along with the F&I guy. And I'll touch on that in a second.
The F&I guy. Wow. Okay.
Absolutely. The sale for service has got to start in the F&I department, because, and I don't want to get off on a tangent, but we all know it. If F&I preached just a little bit about the maintenance seed, then the advisor wouldn't get smacked in the head on the first visit, because it's always a customer saying, well, that's not what my salesman told me. And you're like, I'm going to kill them. We've got to stop fighting against each other. I need finance in that training so they can just plant the seed on the importance of maintenance. That way we're not going to get killed in service. But after the class, I'll spend another 30, 45 minutes talking about their shop. And so I guess in a way, mentoring would be a good way to put it. because they're all wondering, what am I doing? What should I be doing?
Mike, all the action, it seems, in retail right now, all the real action is in fixed ops. That's where the new technology is, the bread and butter, everyday processes that you and I are talking about that so many dealers don't do. And the F&I department, I'm seeing as I go around the country, is hungry and wants to see what's going on in service. A lot of times they help themselves, of course, okay, in the products that they sell, but the dealership needs to have that no silo effect where everybody is working together and working as one and doing a lot of little things like that sales to service handoff and things that don't occur. And like you said, setting the next appointment. All right. It's also important.
I get a lot of when I get into the appointment setting. What's funny? Everybody thinks when I do my training that is all about BG. No, the first better than a half of my training is about understanding the business. What's going on in our industry? You'd be surprised. Managers don't even have a clue what's going on outside their dealership. Okay, you got to understand the industry. Many of them don't read automotive news. Many of them don't read fixed ops. Many of them don't, they just don't read the trades. So I got to talk about this before I can even get into selling service. Because if you don't know how to sell, then what's the point? I mean, I can teach you all about 44K and MOA to the cows come home, but if you don't know how to set the stage, forget it. But when I get into the appointments, I'll ask them, how many of you have a BDC department? Hands go up. How many of you like them? 100% of the time, I get, oh, God, they're killing me. Advisors, it's your fault. The BDC department, we need to field the calls. However, if the advisor is not setting the appointment, I tell them you can't complain. The BDC, if you set the appointment, their job is to do the follow-up call to make sure the customer comes back in. This is no different than my doctor who called me 3 times for my appointment this last Tuesday to make sure I was coming in. And I'm like, why are you not doing this? So I tell them, you have no right to complain from this day forward if you are not setting the appointment. And there are 2 of them. If a customer says, I don't have time today, I call it decline, they call it postponed. Set the customer up 4 weeks from today. They weren't ready today. 4 weeks, there's 2 paychecks. Now they can set themselves, prepare themselves financially and time. And we all know convenience is the number one reason customers didn't buy today, especially in the quick lane. Set them up 4 weeks from today. Then the second appointment is the next service visit, just like your dentist and doctor. I mean, we've talked about this a million times, and I see a lot of this, but a lot of them just don't do it. And I'm going, why? That is your future business. If you just did appointments, and like I said, the 4 categories, Ted, I tell them, pick one of those 4, 90 days, then move on to the next. Then don't do all 4 at once. It's too much. Just pick one. Whatever one you want, the MPI, the walk around the menus, or the appointment. Pick one. 90 days, let's play with it. Then let's do another one. The old saying is Rome wasn't built in a day. Well, neither was your service department.
I love this spreadsheet. The 0.3 effect, the 4 categories that Mike has identified are service menus, number 1. The next one here is the customer walk around. 3 is the multi-point inspection, and 4 is the next appointment. Mike, if our audience wants to reach out and request a copy of this spreadsheet, is that something you can help provide them with if they reach out to you at BG?
Absolutely. It's real easy. You're just going to plug in your number of CP tickets. It'll automatically calculate, and then your number of advisors and your door rate. That itself shows you the number.
All right. Mike Bauer, everybody, BG Products, trainer extraordinaire. Mike, thank you. I know you're busy this season. You got a lot going on. So I appreciate you making time to join us here today with the Roundtable. You got a lot of fans here watching from all over, and continued success, my friend. And congratulations on all the success that BG's having.
Thank you. You too, Ted. And I always love coming on. Appreciate you.
All right. We're going to Buffalo. Next stop, wings at Duff's. And maybe
Go Bills.
Maybe Go Bills. Mike Bauer, everybody, from BG Products here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Have a blessed day, everybody.
BG Experience provides a window into today's vehicle systems, including the engine, brake, driveline, and cooling system. You will learn about how each system functions, the challenges they face, and BG Products' preventative maintenance solutions to these challenges. BG Experience is used by automotive trade schools and service centers to educate students, technicians, and service advisors. The ability to see how individual components of complex vehicle systems interact in motion provides a more visceral understanding than older training methods. We partner with over 50,000 shops and service centers around the globe. BG Experience is an essential tool to engage and educate automotive professionals worldwide.
Put up your dukes with Vanguard Dealer Services in our next panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Van Tyne here with Ted Ings, and today we have the Vanguard Dealer Services panel. Ted, this is an exciting conversation that we're going to be having today.
It always is, Sarah. It seems that Vanguard ups our game every time they're with us. Of course, we have the one and only Tully Williams out on the West Coast at the Niello company. Tully, welcome. Thank you for being here as anchor of the Roundtable. And from Vanguard, we have both Michael Fiorini, who's been on the show, I believe, many times before as well, and Olivia from Vanguard Dealer Services. Both of you, welcome, and thank you for being with us here today.
Well, to kick things off, Ted, I would love to come to Tully first, because a lot of conversation in the industry has been evolving around communication and how do we change to meet customer expectations. So Tully, with the Niello company, what are some ways that you've evolved your communication strategy to meet the changing customer preferences?
Well, first is you have to have a structure of communication between sales and service, or I'd say sales and the fixed ops department. That is so crucial here. And remember, when we're driving F&I products and selling these great products to reinsure their automobiles, here's the deal, is that you have to believe in those products and to start with communication with our service drive. Do they honestly believe that this service contract is going to help their customers out? Customers usually believe their service advisors the most. So as we are truly in the repeat referral business, having our service advisors supporting and backing the products that we sell in the F&I box are so crucial. Next is that the F&I people need to really have great communication with our service advisors, not just because, hey, someone bought this or this, that, is that do they know what each other's jobs are and how they communicate better? So if there is an issue of some kind, it can be resolved. The issue with the customer communication, there shouldn't be any. It should be easy. I bought a product and I want to use it. That's what we want to do. It starts really making sure that you have great communications, and it starts from the top, from the dealer down, to make it happen.
Olivia and Michael, on this subject with communication, you see a lot of dealerships across the country. What are some ways that y'all have seen the communication preferences for customers evolving?
We're seeing it, like Tully said, out in service, it's becoming more and more important. The quicker you can get an answer to a customer, the better they feel about that opportunity, because that's how we see it. When they have the opportunity to use the products, that's when it's our time to shine. So if communication breaks down, we're seeing a lot of video, to answer your question. More and more, it seems like, to try and get the information to the customer before they come in. A lot of times, if you can communicate what is taking place with their vehicle, you can prevent fires before they get into the service drive and turn into a forest fire. So yeah, a lot of video.
No, I absolutely agree with that. I think too, our consumers, they want to communicate in different ways. So like Michael said, with video being one of the options, but being able to not just call a customer, leave a voicemail, and probably play phone tag back and forth, but actually be able to send the customer a video, explain the scenario of what's going on, so that they feel like they get an answer in real time, they can see what's going on, and sometimes truthfully seeing really is believing.
Wow. Absolutely.
Yeah, Olivia, to follow up on that, we're seeing a lot of that in fixed ops also. Video being used in some ways between the technician also and the customer as to what they found on the vehicle. But Olivia, that's happening also on the sales side and in F&I as well, you say.
Absolutely. Yeah. And we're encouraging it, because the more that we can communicate in the channels that our consumers want to, the better off we are. The happier we can keep them, and the more fluid the communication, the more efficient it's going to be.
Tully, your thoughts on video, because it's really woven into the fabric of our lives. We all accept it now in everything that we do, and here we are in retail, automotive, using it ourselves.
It's amazing. So, we've been using video for the last 20 years in service. You figure out the last 10 years very strongly on the service side. And as you know, Ted and I have done some tests with service advisors, which is very difficult. It's great to see that in here. Here's the reason. Nobody answers the phone. Email is old. And honestly, texting is the way we communicate with people today. And video makes it short and sweet. And here's the deal. No Steven Spielbergs. We just need that video to be 10, 15, 20 seconds, maybe a minute long, to explain what's happening. When we sell an F&I product, it's like having a warranty on your car. The customer doesn't need to know all of the bull that we're doing behind the scenes. All they want the word is, Sue, the car is fixed, and you can pick it up this afternoon. And our goal is to make sure we're communicating with, you bought that great warranty contract. That warranty is going to cover it. There's a $50 deductible. We should have it done today. I will get back to you at 4 o'clock this afternoon. I use communication text with you the best way today. That is the communication we're looking for. Not like, I got to find the F&I person to see if you have coverage or not. That is not what we need to tell customers, because they say, I bought it. You should already know. And that is absolutely correct. That's what you have to work at your store.
Sarah, you spent a big part of your career in the BDC Business Development Center. What have you seen there in the evolution, including video and communication?
Well, it's really fascinating, because one of the biggest layers of opportunity that I saw happen was that communication, as Tully was mentioning, across all of those different channels with service and F&I, and ultimately the BDC scheduling those appointments. Oftentimes a customer, they're trying to follow the path of least resistance. It's, oh my gosh, I have something going on with my vehicle. My headlight's out. I don't want to get a ticket. I need to get my car in for service. But now I remember, wait a minute, I bought this policy when I bought my car. I have this, I think, but I don't remember, in all the whirlwind of my entire purchase experience, I don't remember what exactly happened. So I'm going to call the dealership. And of course, the BDC would get that phone call and they would go through that process. The biggest piece is just that access to information. If the BDC department can look up that policy and provide that, hey, yes, it looks like you do have this particular component as part of your maintenance plan, or part of, your, if it happens to be that, we want a technician to diagnose it and look at it first, but you do have this policy active and here's what we're going to do. We're going to book an appointment and explain that whole process. The video piece really comes into play too, because I mean, as customers, as you mentioned, Tully and Michael and Olivia, customer communication preferences continue to evolve. And video is just that additional layer of trust and really accountability for both the dealership and the customer.
I want to follow up and ask you all about this word transparency. Tully, 10, 15, 20 years ago, I never thought we'd be talking about transparency in fixed operations, all right? But it's worked its way there quickly. I believe F&I was at the forefront of that, all right, with transparency, creating a more transparent process for the customer. And I believe it's been very well accepted, and now that's the new expectation. Tully, talk to us about transparency in service as well, and some of these communication tools.
Well, if you believe that we're in the repeat and referral business, and I think 20 years ago we were not really in the repeat and referral business, as our target is to have 70+% retention rate, is that we have to be transparent. We have to realize that everybody at the car dealership needs to understand that every client is so important. So the transparency of making sure that we're selling things that have value that the customer wants. Does everybody understand that? It starts with the service advisor saying, wow, you bought that great product today, and that's going to take care of it today. That is transparency. That is making sure everybody's on the same page. The technician that says, oh, they got an extended warranty, that means it's going to be a done deal. The parts department gets the part, we actually get the car fixed, instead of saying, I got to call it in, and 14 weeks later, we get an authorization of a yes or no. The issue is that we have to understand that speed and what people expect are yes answers, and they need to be expected today, not in an hour or two. They don't understand that people don't talk to each other internally. They don't need to know that. Their goal is that we understand that if I call the F&I person, or if I call my service advisor or the service manager or the general manager for that sake, the answer will always be the same. Yes, you bought that coverage. That coverage is yes. We'll make sure we get that taken care of for you. Right? That is the issue here. If nobody is on the same page, it will not work. And remember, again, I know I said it multiple times, but if you're not in the repeat and referral business, this will not work for you.
Michael and then Olivia, I know Vanguard does a lot of training. Okay, you're known for that. That's one of the great products you've got. Michael, this transparency, has it worked its way into that training, and is that a big part of the message that Vanguard trains out in the field?
When you say worked its way in, I think it's always been kind of a part of the message. I think there's a misconception, not that anybody intends to be transparent, but sometimes when you've got a line outside your office, it's just easier to not fully explain and confirm, like Tully said, make sure the customer understood what you said. It never hurts to ask them if they're on the same page, but it's always been kind of a part of how we train, that maybe it's going to take a little extra work, but in the long run, repeat and referral business, the customer leaves with a warm and fuzzy feeling, and they understand what they purchase.
Olivia, on that topic of transparency, your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. I think, transparency, it's not a nice to have, it's a must have right now in the environment that we have. I mean, we're in an environment right now where our customers have access to so much information that it's a I want it now type environment. So when your customer visits the service department, we have to make sure on our end that the training that we do with your service advisors, your service managers, is not just a one-time event. It's an ongoing occurrence. So if there are updates to products that you have, if there are updates to whatever your finance department's selling, they know full transparency what's covered, what's not, and how they can take care of that customer in just a couple of seconds, so that they don't have that wait 14 days for an approval.
Can I chime in here on one thing? Is that, think about this. If you're in the repeat referral business, we've been in business for 104 years. We're not selling to the first-time customer. We're selling to generations of customers. So the goal is that you make a mistake on the very first time, you'll never see their friends and family ever again. So when we sell a bunch of products to a customer that bought a car, extended warranty, key maintenance, or whatever it is, the goal is that those products there are going to help keep the value of their car high for a great trade-in, because we're thinking about the next 5 sales down the road. And if we don't have great transparency on the products that work, they're not going to come back to you buy their next car. They're not going to recommend their friends and family to their next car. So having great products that drive value for the customer And every customer has different values. Some people don't lose their keys, don't buy a key. But if you lose your keys, you're crazy not buying the key. If you're going to keep your car for a period of time, you want to buy an extended warranty. It gives you a value. There's a lot of good things for it. And that the customer sees that and sees the value, that means next time they go in the box, guess what happens? It's a no-brainer. I'll just take what I had last time because that was a great value for them. And then they tell their friends and family to buy that. And that does what? It drives repeat referral business. When they come in the service department, there's not ugly conversations because a lot of things are covered. And we get to tell them that the coverage they bought helped pay for that. It's a win all the way around.
Tully, I want to jump in on what you just said with that generational element, because a lot of dealerships do get laser focused on just the transaction today, and they're not thinking about that entire family or that entire their entire life in their community and the lives that they touch. So I would love to get your feedback on how should F&I departments collaborate with service and sales teams to really ensure that the customer experience promotes retention?
So one is that you have to have great products that drive retention. And I think that, when you look at the biggest one, would we sell a service contract to our friends and family? The answer is absolutely yes, unless you're going to keep the car for a year, right? The goal is that if you want to preset your maintenance, absolutely. Do you have issues with your keys? Absolutely. Are you really anal about your tires and wheels? Sure. It's what they believe in. But here's the thing we have to think about is that you have to listen to feedback from our service advisors of how the product is working in the service drive. If we have, I'm just going to make up, I'm not going to pick on anybody. Let's say the key thing doesn't work. We need to let the F&I department know. We need to let our F&I managers know so that they can fix the problem, because we don't want to sell products that do not work. Having that communication like, hey, every time I call the F&I department, I call the extended warranty, I get a yes or answer. It's easy. I'm in and out. These are great feedbacks. The worst thing you can have is, I'm on hold for 4 hours. That doesn't work. And we have to let them know. If we have an issue with the key, or we're having a hard time, we have to, call some guy from Fiji to come and fix it. That doesn't work for us. So we got to make sure we have feedback so our customers, when they use the product, get a great experience. So then when they come back and buy their second, third, fourth car, guess what they do? I will buy what I had before because it worked well.
Great insights, Tully. And Olivia and Michael, what pieces are you seeing, from Vanguard's perspective with dealerships having that successful collaboration between F&I and service?
Go ahead, Olivia.
One of the things I would say is that we strongly encourage that at least weekly or bi-weekly, we're having a figurehead meeting. And that figurehead meeting should just be 20 to 30 minutes spent with your sales department, figurehead, your service, your finance, so that communication is regular, it's often, and it's something that it's an open line of communication. It takes down those barriers or those silos of sales being on its own island or service being on its own island, so we can make sure that customer experience really is top notch. And I think that having that standard line of communication, it's the number one most important thing in any relationship. So if we're all on the same team of a dealership, we want to make sure we're conveying that to the customer. That's how we can do it, is just streamlining that communication between all departments.
Well, I like all that. If I can pivot everybody just a little bit and ask the Vanguard folks first and then Tully about some of your best practices for the business manager or the F&I manager that help build trust and transparency with customers during the process, in particular during the sales process early on before the customer has actually taken delivery. What are some good things that you do in terms of first experience, techniques, things that really help improve that trust and transparency and building that early in the process? And that's for both Olivia and Michael as well.
I think every F&I manager, one thing that we teach all of our green peas is you should know how to call in a claim for the products that you are selling. You should be an expert. If you're offering it to the customer, you got to know how it works. We're talking about communication with the service department. Service comes up with an issue in one of these figurehead meetings. They need to understand how that communication is supposed to work properly. That way they can convey that to the customer. And there's a sense of confidence that is built in the F&I manager when they know, all right, I call this phone number, this individual is going to pick up this quickly, or I have the ability to file it online. So we always train, you've got to be the expert, be a professional, and know what you're selling before you're offering it to the customer. And we're not here to sell customers things they don't need. Back to your point earlier, people sometimes get their wires crossed. 100% of the products, 100% of the time does not mean sell people things that they don't need. Offer it to them, because let them make the decision. But we are absolutely not in the business of giving customers stuff that doesn't benefit them.
Sure.
And to that point, Mike, is really, I think one of the things that we are starting to see our customers requesting is that transparency and communication, but also that personalization in the process, right? So to the point of not selling customers things that they don't need, you've got to be able to do that investigation, right, of what your customer actually needs and what they want, but what applies to their lifestyle, right? So our customers form their first opinion of us within the first 7 to 11 seconds. If that's the case, how are we spending that first couple of minutes with the customer, and how impactful can we be in those moments, investigating what that customer needs, so that when they do end up in service, they don't say, well, I didn't realize I bought that, or I didn't like that I bought that, or I didn't need it. So making sure that we're investigating what that customer truly wants and needs prior to actually selling them anything at all.
Yeah, and walking them back to introduce them. Their first experience can be with the F&I manager. Part of the process, walking them around. Maybe you have a favorite person in the drive that you trust is going to take care of the customer. Whatever the case is, there should be the opportunity to do that in an organization. Customers enjoy it.
And to follow up with all of you, and Tully, this is for you, that sales to service handoff that happens there upon the delivery or near or around the delivery. I mean, I'm in the business, okay, many years. And I do business with a local BMW center that works with Vanguard, okay? Beautiful facility here in New Jersey. I don't have to call them out by name. I think the folks will probably know which one it is. But Tully, I'm in the business, and the first time I went in there, even I was unsure as to where I would go for service, how I'd make the appointment. Would I just pull in? Where do I pull in? Even I had questions about that, Tully. So I would imagine customers have a lot of questions too.
It does. And, here's the next thing. When you talk about F&I products here, it really goes to the salesperson, because the salesperson is a person that's walking the customer through the journey. And as your salespeople, do they understand the F&I products that you're selling, right? A lot of times we'll pay them on that because we don't want salespeople to be F&I killers. But we want to show F&I people as, the salespeople, like, these F&I products work. Right? If they have a question. So should I really buy that? Because they're trying to build a relationship. And the answer is yes or no based on their needs. Making sure your salespeople are educated just as much as your service advisors. Because if they buy a car, the only person they know, I hate to tell you this, they don't remember their F&I person, but they remember their salesperson. And they're going to call their salesperson. And what we don't want to say is, oh, you need to talk to the F&I guy. I will transfer you. Okay, and then that goes into abyss. So our goal is that we got to make sure that we have transparency with our salespeople, and they understand, because they are truly in the repeat and referral business, and they want their references for friends and family to come back to them. So it's their responsibility to make sure that they understand how to do a service. So if it is a first-time customer, do they know where to go? Do they know who to call? Here's the number that you call. You go right to our BDC. They will make an appointment for you today. Right. Our goal is that our BDC will be reaching out to you and say thank you when it comes to your first service. So you kind of give them an idea of what's happening, but making sure it starts with your salespeople, right? Your F&I people are a crucial part of that. As your sales manager should need to come out and introduce themselves, right? As your F&I person should come out and introduce themselves before they're getting the paperwork ready. The more we come and make sure that we understand that I'm just a human being helping you buy this car and we're super excited for you is super important.
Couldn't agree more. Our job is to make their ownership experience more enjoyable in the long run. So you're spot on. Salespeople training is, a lot of times in our monthly meetings, we will invite the sales team or have them after the meeting with the managers, because I couldn't agree more. They need to also know how the products work. Do they have tire and wheel on their vehicle? Do they believe in it? A lot of times we'll ask, and it's telling when they don't believe. And customers can feel that conviction. You're either an advocate or you're just trying to sell them something that you don't believe in.
Michael, I'd love to continue to Michael, I'd love to continue to jump in on that and think about some of the pieces that dealerships can differentiate themselves in the marketplace from some of their competitors, because as more and more transactions become digital, as more and more research is done online, before the customer ever sets foot in the dealership, how can dealerships really differentiate themselves from their competition with some of these F&I offerings?
Honestly, we always say customers want to deal with a professional. It shouldn't be the thing that differentiates you. Unfortunately, a lot of times we find that there's such a lack of communication. Just a very little separates an effective sales team. But making sure that the customer understands, do you understand the coverage that comes with your vehicle today? A lot of times we just take yes as surface value. Maybe they don't understand that they get 11 to 12 coverages from the manufacturer. Do they understand it in detail and what it means? Do they understand that the rust and corrosion coverage is against manufacturer's defects and workmanship? It doesn't cover the environment. The second the wrap comes off, it's not covered. So making sure that you're confirming that understanding. Don't assume. Effective communication is the way to go.
Yeah, good point.
Tully, your thoughts?
I think that the difference between dealerships is that do you actually care? And I think it starts from our dealer down. 104 years in business, we're not here to rip anybody off, right? And our goal is that we have to be transparent. If someone bought a product they're not happy with, we're going to take it right back, right? So the goal is going to be is that you have to be transparent. You have to say, yes, customer first. You have to make sure that a customer is happy. Because if a customer's not happy, he will not drive repeat and referral business. So it starts with this. People know that if they buy a car at the Niello company, if there's any issues, will they be resolved? And the answer is 100% correct. They will be resolved.
Excellent stuff, Ted. Lots to think about today.
There is. And Vanguard Dealer Services does so much for our industry and is on the forefront. We were very grateful recently, Tully and Sarah. We had Mickey Quinn from Vanguard with us in New York City at the World Trade Center event, and he spoke eloquently on this topic of communication. So I'm very grateful to everyone being with us here today to kind of taking it the next step out and hearing and seeing things that you're working on and how this continues to evolve. And congratulations to everybody here. Michael, if our audience wants to learn more about Vanguard and the services you provide, maybe have their questions answered on things you can do for them, Michael, what's the best way for the audience to learn more?
I would say go right to the internet. Across the bottom, you can see our website, VanguardDealerServices.com.
Okay, all right. And Vanguard also very active. Reach out. I see you on LinkedIn all the time, and the team as well. So, and Tully, what a great partner to have in this repeat and referral business.
F&I drives repeat and referral business. You know, as much as it's going to hurt me to say, it starts with the first car. Then after that, it's all about the service department. But we got to sell great products that drive people in the service drive. Customers got to be happy they buy their products, and guess what happens? They come back over and over and over again.
All right, we'll leave it there. Olivia, very nice meeting you. Thank you for being with us on the panel today.
Thank you.
Michael Fiorini, welcome back, and great to see both of you. Hopefully, first of many, many panels that we'll all do together. Tully Williams out on the West Coast, thank you for all you do for the industry. Sarah Van Tyne, great stuff. And, we continue to get more and more here on bringing sales and service and F&I together. So everybody, the Vanguard Dealer Services panel, you can find them on the web, VanguardDealerServices.com. Here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Step into the fast lane with Snell's Advanced Service Panel. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Katrina Ness, joined by Ted Ings, and we are here in Dallas, Texas at the Snell Motor Company. Ted, it has been an incredible day, and I'm so excited to dive into this panel.
It is. We have our leaders here with us on this panel talking about leveraging some of the Reynolds and Reynolds tools. So before we begin, I'll ask you each to introduce yourself and what you do here, starting with Casey on this side.
Casey Pollard, Service Director, JLR Dallas.
Ryan Schock, Service Manager.
Diego Martinez, Service Director, JLR Austin.
Ken Malden, Platform Director for the Snell Group.
Adam McNatt, Shop Foreman, Landover Frisco.
Darren Forster, I'm with Reynolds and Reynolds.
Absolutely. So, Casey, tell us, what impact has advanced service had on internal communication between advisors, tech, and parts?
Well, we touched on it on one of the previous panels. It's efficiency. I mean, when the customer approves, when we send a e-approval, everybody knows that it was sent. There's not a question of, did you send my recs? There wasn't a question of, did they see on my recs? Because the advisor doesn't have the ability to delete them. So you're confident that whatever the technician recommends is going to get to the client, and everybody can see it. The transparency is like none other.
Absolutely. Ken, what about you?
Well, to piggyback on what he said, you know, again, here in this group, we talk about efficiency a lot, and that's one of probably the biggest tools that we have to help with the communication between the techs and advisors, because if you keep a technician in their stall working, keep an advisor at their desk selling, you become a lot more efficient.
Absolutely. And efficiency is key, especially when, you know, the techs and the advisors are in the role of hours, specifically technicians. And advisors have many things to get done, which we've also touched on earlier today.
Mm-hmm. Diego, I want to follow up with you. How has advanced service helped service advisors better manage the flow of repair orders throughout their day?
It's transparent. Again, everybody's able to see it. The communication between the advisor, the technician, the client as well, it's all integrated in one space. So there is no jumping around, no back and forth. It is all together, and it's a beautiful thing.
Adam, your thoughts on both advanced service and how it integrates into the day?
Advanced Service does a really good job of streamlining the processes and basically increasing overall communication. You know, the biggest hurdle we have is communication, specifically internal communication. And I would argue that one of the toughest jobs in the dealership is being a service advisor, especially if you have an advisor, or excuse me, if you have a customer asking you questions about the status of the vehicle. They can dive in really quickly, see what's going on, see the technician still working on it, and have a better response to that question.
And Ryan, advanced service, your perspective on that?
You know, it just back to the communication, even just bringing the parts department in there. Yeah. It's limiting those trips to the parts department on the technician's end. The communication factor between, you know, obviously the advisor and the technician and parts, it just gets everybody on that same page.
Darren, I want to segue a little bit over to Service Price Guide, because this group not only uses advanced service, but you and I were talking before we got started today that the communication to the customer could be different if we don't have a consistent process. SPG helps provide that. If you want to talk a little bit about that as well.
Well, yeah, so Service Pricing Guides is designed so if I call the dealership, doesn't matter who I talk to, I get the same price quote. Nothing can be more frustrating when a customer comes in and said, someone quoted me $500 and then you're handing a $700 repair order, right? With Service Pricing Guides, we match all the pricing throughout the dealership for all customer pay. So if someone calls the parts department, it's the same if they call the service department. Matter of fact, at Landover, this particular store, they use it in sales. When they're quoting accessories, they go into Service Pricing Guides and they're able to get accurate quotes. It's one of Reynolds and Reynolds' best tools, and I tell everyone who's on Reynolds, if you don't have Service Pricing Guides, you're missing out. Great tool, and it's managed out of our group out of Tampa. So we have a whole team in Tampa, Florida, to help you and be support for you. It's great tool.
Ken Malden, how important are tools like this from the Reynolds toolbox to your team every day here at Snell?
Oh, it's very, very important. We spend a lot of time in the advanced service side, in the SPG side, working with the pricing side. And to Darren's point about the team in Tampa, I mean, I've gotten to know those guys very well on a first name basis. And matter of fact, I have their cell phone number. He probably shouldn't know that. But so yes, we spend a lot of time diving into them, working on them every day, tweaking them every day. And the pricing structure is probably one of the most important, I think, avenues of our business, because perfect example here, we have 2 JLR stores in Dallas. We share customers. So we have to make sure we're all on the same page when it comes to this.
That's a great point.
And Ted, Ken actually went out to our Tampa office and brought his team out there, and they actually revamped their whole pricing strategy.
Really? Who did you bring with you?
It was actually previous career, but I brought 3 of my service managers, parts managers. We all went and spent 3 days out there just revamping our entire structure.
You know, Casey, we've met here today with your technicians, looked at your career path, how you bring people up. But unless you have tools like this also to help support what they're doing, advanced service price guide, you know, this is really the glue that kind of puts it all together.
Absolutely. It's keeping everybody moving in the same direction. I mean, at the end of the day, we all come here to do a job. We all come here to be as efficient as we can be. And the entire advanced service suite allows us to do that seamlessly.
Diego, your thoughts on both service price guide and advanced service and the efficiencies that it helps create for your team?
You know, I've used it for 12 years almost. So I love it because that is a way for me to make sure that we have exactly the same quotes from one advisor to another. If prices change, you know, they all change at the same time. So it does allow us to keep flowing with the work that we've got coming in.
You know, Katrina, it's hard to believe, but way back when in the industry, before we had tools like this, we actually wrote these things down on paper on the back of multi-point inspections. And that was our process, okay? Until Reynolds came along and helped provide a consistent process for dealerships like this. I know you want to ask about maybe some of the tools that are underutilized here.
Absolutely. Well, we're grateful to Reynolds for streamlining this process and making it more convenient and also better communication. So my question is for Adam, and what tools and advanced service do you feel like are underutilized and could be used better?
I would say that the messaging system could always be used better. And sometimes even using certain annotations like circling pictures, things of that nature. It's just to better communicate certain things to these customers, to the clients.
Absolutely. Ken, what about yourself?
I would agree with that. I think it's the messaging side of it is probably vital, especially, again, we talk about efficiency. It goes back to what our efficiency looks like. And, you know, if we utilize that better, then obviously our efficiency is going to be better.
Definitely. Diego?
I can't disagree with both of them. It is the messaging system. I mean, text messaging, most clients are looking at their phone. They will answer text message, but taking a phone call may be a little difficult. So if we're using the tools that we know work the right way, then it helps us completely.
Absolutely.
You know, Diego, you know, Reynolds offers all this, and it's common for dealerships not to take advantage of all the tools that are available to them and just use a small percentage. But with advanced service and service price guide, you know, you really take advantage of a whole lot of what's available from Reynolds in their suite.
Oh, very much so. With advanced service, SPG, I mean, you have text message, email, you have pictures, video, estimates. You're as transparent as you can be. And in this industry, we're not considered very transparent. So this helps out a lot.
Adam, on that same topic, this industry historically not being transparent, can you believe now we're talking transparency? It first happened in F&I up front, and here we are in service and parts. Speak to that if you would.
Say, the more information you can put in front of somebody, the better they can understand it, the more efficient you will be overall. 100%.
Can you imagine going back and not having these tools?
Would not be very much fun. I can promise you that. It would be very challenging. Very challenging.
All right. Well, thank you all for being here and telling us more about how all this works together. Darren, I would say this is one of the better, if not one of the best dealerships groups out there utilizing these.
Again, I was on that previous panel. It starts at the top. All these managers I've known for quite a long time. Even the general sales manager who's not here, or general manager who's not here with us right now. They're great leaders, And when you have great leaders, people will follow. And they utilize the tools as best as possible, and especially in fixed stops, because all you have is time. And if you can't get these cars out, you need solutions that can do it, and they're a slave to the trade. So it's great.
And to expand on that, Ken, it's a perishable commodity that time.
Oh, 100%. I mean, he just said the key word time. That's the most expensive thing we have because we can't get it back. So if we can manage it better from a client standpoint and even from our own standpoint, the sky's the limit.
Thank you all for being on the panel here today. Leaders of the Snell organization. Katrina and Ness and I are here. We're in Dallas, Texas at Snell Motor Company, Jaguar Land Rover. Katrina and I will be right back.
Cross your T's and dot your I's. Up next, we've got the video multi-point inspection panel filmed live at our Snell pop-up event. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Katrina Ness, joined by Ted Ings, and we are here at the Snell Motor Company in Dallas, Texas. Ted, we are so happy to be here.
We are. We're learning a whole lot about the people of Snell. We're in Dallas. And on this panel, we'll be talking about the video multi-point inspections. So we have a wide array of folks on here. I'd like to have you all on the panel introduce yourself, starting with this gentleman right here. Tell us who you are and what you do.
I'm Darren Forster. I'm the regional sales director for Reynolds and Reynolds. Been with Reynolds for about 17 years, and I cover from basically Amarillo to Shreveport, all the way up to Montana and Wyoming.
I'm Travis, and I'm a JLR technician. Worked here for 4 years.
My name is Chris. I'm a JLR technician. I've been here for about 1 year.
Casey Pollard, service director here at JLR Dallas, and I've been here a little over a year.
Ryan Schock, service manager, and I've been here about 4 years now.
Marcelo Rodriguez. I'm a service advisor here at Land Rover Dallas, and I've been here about 4 years.
Thank you all. Casey, talk to us about the differences that you guys have seen when you started implementing the MPI videos.
Well, first and foremost, I think the closing percentage is the fact that you can see what you're selling, whether it be a red closing ratio, a yellow closing ratio, or combined. That coupled with the value for the money on our NPS has really seen a big target. The fact that the customers can see exactly what's going on makes a big, big difference.
Definitely. Marcelo, what about you from an advisor perspective? What major and measurable differences have you seen when you guys started implementing these videos?
Honestly, a lot of the feedback we get from the customers is that it builds trust with them. They're able to see what's going on with their car a lot of the time. And for somebody who doesn't know much about cars, it helps them understand better.
Definitely. Definitely.
Can I ask the text the same question, starting with Travis and Chris? Using the video MPIs, what differences, what measurable differences have you seen yourselves personally?
Instantly, I mean, I was able to get more hours. Like Marcelo said, the customers trust us more because they can actually visualize and see what the issues are, and it just helps the whole process.
Chris?
Yeah, I think that we've seen a lot more upsells, especially on the basic maintenance stuff like tires and brakes.
Ryan, what have you seen?
Just kind of piggybacking off of what Marcelo said, as far as just the transparency that it creates. And kind of like he stated, if someone doesn't have that general knowledge of brake measurements or tire tread depth, it just really creates that see all that everybody kind of is on the same page and makes it easy.
Darren, you cover a wide amount of territory, okay? I would imagine you see different things in different parts of the country. What are you seeing from the Reynolds perspective on techs doing these MPIs on video?
Primarily, it's credibility, right? We've seen people look at those videos on TV. This is what your air filter looks like, and no one actually believes it, whether it's their air filter or not. But when you actually have a video of your own car by the technician walking around and then he's pointing out things, kind of just impartially, hey, this is what we've noticed. It just gives more credibility to not only the process, but also for the clients to make their informed decision on something that's, hey, this might be wrong with it. I better fix it now. Or at least the dealership brought it to their attention. So from, kind of like a CYA, we did show you that your brakes pads were low and you should change it or whatever. So it's the credibility, I think, is one of the best parts of having a video MPI.
Travis, tell us about these videos, what it's like filming them, the duration of them, and the impact that they have on the customer.
It's pretty simple. Typically try to do about 40 to 60 seconds. We don't want to go longer and too long, and that way the customer will lose attention. But go over the basic things, fluid levels, brake pads, tire tread, just to give a quick overall guide to what's going on with their vehicle.
Chris, same question for you.
I definitely agree with what Travis said. I think that keeping it short and sweet and straight to the point is definitely something that the customers look forward to.
And Travis and Chris, is this a Reynolds tool that you're using with the customer, to do these video MPIs? Is that all part of what Reynolds, provides the dealership as well?
Yeah. And it goes straight through our operating system that we use for ROs and everything. So it's immediately connected. We just attach it to the ROs. So it's really simple.
Casey, would you say this has changed the video MPIs? Have they changed the way the customers respond to service recommendations?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's brought so much more efficiency to that process. I mean, now when a rec is declined or approved, everybody knows instantly, from parts to the technician to the service advisor, and we can all get moving. We don't have to wait for the advisor to walk back to the shop. We don't have to wait for parts everything's going. When the tech shows up to parts, his parts are there and he's ready to go to work.
Casey, you must have had some resistance along the way, right? I mean, it typically happens with no matter what it is, whether it was the MPI itself. Talk to us about that and how you got the techs on board, to do this.
Well, it was actually pretty simple. When you have the support we had from the leadership up top, they asked if we were getting paid for it, and my boss said, well, let's pay them. So we passed out $100 bills on Mondays for the best video MPI. We had a 60-inch TV in the shop, and we played about 6 videos. We let the sales department pick the best one and passed out $100 bills for about, 6, 7, 8 weeks? These guys took home 300 or 400 apiece, I think.
Wow, Casey, that is awesome. Travis and Chris, talk to us more about this and what this experience was like with this contest.
Yeah, I definitely think that the MPIs at first was not something we were looking forward to.
Okay.
But after seeing the results and how much money we can make from it, I think we see a lot more value from it.
And did it make it fun too, having a little bit of competition and some competitive spirit?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, the money was a nice prize too. So
Some incentive, yeah. Travis, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tedious process. Just sometimes, I mean, it takes, like I said, 40 to 60 seconds, but sometimes our workload, we're busy, which is a good thing. So we kind of weren't pumped about it, but once we got the motions, got used to it, just helped out overall, and we're all making more money. So I think it's a positive thing.
Marcella, what would you say was one of the biggest challenges to getting the techs to fully buy into the video inspections from your point of view?
From my point of view, I believe for the techs, it was more of this is going to take time away from other jobs that I have going on, right? And once they see that from doing the MPI videos, they're able to kind of get more approvals through it, they're able to buy in at that point.
Ryan, from your perspective, any challenges that and how did they get overcome?
Not a ton of challenges. I think everybody pretty much adapted fairly quickly with it. Mainly just due to the leadership as far as some of the team leads that we have in those positions that set the tone with the video MPIs, and everybody kind of just followed suit with it. So it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, and then Darren, from a high level view, what advice would you give dealers looking to onboard this within their stores?
Starts with leadership. It should be a condition of your employment. You're going to use the tools. If you use the tools and then actually see the buy-in from the techs and the service advisors you're hearing here, that's when you get a tool utilized to the full capacity. Because initially technicians hate doing these type of things because they're thinking our service advisors aren't going to sell it. So why am I doing all this work? But when they work together, and our solution is a communications device, works together, makes it more efficient, all of a sudden everyone's winning. But it does start at the top, and it does start being committed to the tool.
Last question I have for our two techs here, Travis and Chris. Would you ever consider working for a dealership or a group that did not do video inspections? Let's say they took all this away from you, okay? Would that put you at a big disadvantage?
I think so, because like we've all stated before, if the client can't actually see what's going on with their vehicle, some people may not trust you if they can't actually see the issue. I mean, it totally changes the whole thing, and I think it would drop sales, and it just probably would overall be negative.
Chris, what if you couldn't do these MPIs anymore in video?
I don't think I could work for a dealer that didn't do MPIs. That's for sure. Yeah, after seeing the results, definitely not.
I put a smile on Casey's face, by the way.
I think
We're not
the
getting rid of them.
change
So.
in the onboarding aspect of it can be difficult, but you guys are true testaments of once it's already in place, you don't want to go back.
All right. I'm Ted Ings. I'm here with Katrina Ness. We are here at Snell Motor Company in Dallas, Texas, at the Jaguar Land Rover dealership, learning about video MPIs. Everybody, thank you so much for sharing your experience. And I think you and I took a lot away from this as well.
We did.
All right. Katrina and I will be right back. Thanks so much.
Hi, I'm Angie Piscato from the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We today are in Okemos, Michigan at Graf Chevrolet. We are talking all things fixed ops, but in particular, technician multi-point inspection videos. Patrick does the technician multi-point inspections every day. So I wanted to get a perspective from you on what exactly you feel like that adds to the service experience.
I feel like it gives the customer a great idea of what's going on with their vehicle as far as issues they might have. A visual representation is the best thing you can do as far as showing someone what's going on with their vehicle, and also be able to give them the explanation of what's going on as well. Sometimes things can be lost in translation from one person to another when it comes to reaching out to a customer. So video is the best thing you can do for that. So it's been a great system.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I got the chance to see you in action a few times. Tell me, how long does it take normally per each video?
Generally between a minute to 4 minutes, depending on, if there's a lot of issues with the vehicle or if it's a newer vehicle. If it's a brand new vehicle, usually around a minute, but you need to go more in depth and explain what's going on with the vehicle to take up to 4 minutes.
So you feel like it's a positive addition to the process?
Absolutely. I think it's a great addition to be able to give the customer peace of mind and a visual representation of what may be going on with their vehicle.
Excellent. And I heard earlier you said you can't imagine doing anything without it now.
Yeah, honestly, since we started, I would never turn back. It's been a really good system and customers love it. So
yeah, we started this back in 2019. We just thought it was a great idea to show customers transparency. It's a great tool to have for the customer to just see what we're seeing on their vehicle. There's always that worry of, is this actually what's wrong with my vehicle? So to show them, hey, your oil cooler lines are leaking, your brakes are bad, your tires are low on tread depth, just be able to visualize that and actually see their vehicle, it's just a tremendous help.
Have you had any particular customer feedback in regards to these videos?
Yes, our customers absolutely loved it, especially back in 2019 when we started it. It just blew customers away.
Absolutely. I'm sure it's unnerving and very also exciting to see your own vehicle in the air. The technician takes the customer underneath with the camera, right?
Yep.
And shows them what types of things underneath the car. Have you run into any roadblocks with technicians or, developing this process within the shop?
I know when we initially started it, I would say 80% of the shop was on board. Some of the older techs that have been here for quite a while, they had a little pushback on doing the video, but once we showed them, hey, this is going to help, this is going to allow the customer to see what you're seeing and not to think that, you're lying, trying to upsell them something that's not needed.
Yeah, and for being such an early adopter, I feel like Graf Chevy and the whole organization did this really probably a few years before a lot of the other dealerships came on board. It's like I said, a relatively new thing. How are you able to keep the momentum going and get technicians excited about getting under the car and shooting these videos?
For one, we do pay them to do the video, so that's obviously a big help. But two, again, just knowing that they have that connection with the customer, showing them underneath what's going on with their vehicle, and just the transparency. I think that's the huge key with these videos, just being transparent with the customer.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Tom.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Hear from the fella with the scoop on Reynolds' latest product. It's Chris Walsh.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. We're at the Reynolds & Reynolds Amplify Summit here in Dallas, Texas, joined by Chris Walsh, President and Acting CEO of Reynolds & Reynolds. And Ted, we have some exciting announcements to share today.
Yes, Chris, and really starting with you, you made an exciting announcement earlier. Reynolds is releasing a new AI assistant
for dealerships and their employees called Ray. Tell us, if you don't mind, about it.
Well, first of all, I'd say that, the excitement around this product. I've been with Reynolds for almost 40 years, and the excitement around this product has been really unlike anything I've seen, in my nearly 4 decades of working here. So I'm very excited about, the passion we have behind it from both our organization and our customers, and the demand that's out there. So it's really, our next evolution of coming out with, really agentic AI, versus what we had before. It's still working off that Spark AI unified data layer, which we've talked about, in the past, but it's across all of our retail management system platform. And, we're excited about, the productivity and efficiency gains that it can offer for our customers.
Well, Chris, it's really exciting and a very exciting announcement. With Ray, how does it handle actions inside the software?
Well, we've essentially trained Ray to be a user expert on our platform. So we took what we learned in our AutoVision artificial intelligence platform and just kind of amplified that to go across our entire our network. So it's designed to do that. It's designed to answer questions that you might have. So think about, the dealership may want to know, what type of SUV should I be stocking right now? Or it wants to run a report. So maybe you want, run me a CIT, a contracts in transit lender report, for this specific lender, so you can see what I'm doing there. Or how do I do something? Or connect me with our technical assistance center. So it's really also like a kind of a communications platform as well to connect, a user, across our entire platform and even outside of our platform.
I can't think of how many times I asked Reynolds employees about, different things, and dealership employees about things like this as well. You've really now incorporated the AI, and I would imagine this is going to be a great stride for workflows in dealerships.
Yeah, and we looked at workflows, 2 different ways. There's, the UI or user interface, term that is out there. That's really more, to us at least, about the aesthetics of what, in this particular case, a screen actually looks like, the colors and positioning of different things. And then there's the user experience or the UX part of it. And we think there's more value in the UX part, for the point that you just raised, around workflows, and that's where we think we can really have a really positive impact, on workflows, and driving more of the productivity and efficiency gains that we spend so much time talking about here at Amplify.
Well, Chris, the technology piece is really, really interesting. How are you able to do all this with Ray?
Well, really, again, leveraging that Spark AI unified data layer. So all of our AI tools pull from that Spark unified data layer, and then conversely repopulate that data layer as those tools learn more, add more data into that unified data layer. And a lot of it is about aggregating data and unifying data. So you've got one of our panelists this morning talked about crumbs of data that exist across the platform, whether it's in text messenger, or email, or first party data on a website. How do we aggregate all of that, which is part of what what Spark does, to give you a more complete view of a customer or potential customer.
Sarah, great efficiencies are going to be made by this.
Oh, absolutely, Ted. I mean, this is so exciting when you think about all of the pieces in a dealership that somebody might need assistance with across all of these different platforms. So, Chris, congratulations. This is a really, really exciting development.
Yeah, we're really excited about it.
All right, Chris, and again, the name of the product is Ray.
That's correct.
So easy to remember.
Easy.
All right. I'm Ted Ings with Sarah Van Tine. We're here with Christopher Walsh. We're here at Reynolds & Reynolds at the Amplify Summit. We're in Dallas, Texas. Sarah and I are going to be right back.
Meet Relo, the automated parts runner designed to minimize technician downtime and streamline service operations. Today, we're going to walk through exactly how Relo works, step by step. It all starts here. The technician completes an inspection and recommends work for the vehicle. The advisor sends the estimate to the customer using e-approval. Once approved, the parts department is notified and can begin fulfilling the order. The parts counter person gathers the required parts and places them on Parts Rack 1. Most dealerships will have multiple racks, and one Relo can handle deliveries from unlimited racks to unlimited bays. Once the parts are ready, the counterperson assigns a delivery directly from the parts application in Era Ignite. Relo autonomously navigates to the designated bay, avoiding obstacles along the way. You never have to worry about Relo getting stuck, running into objects, or needing manual assistance. It can easily maneuver a variety of indoor spaces. Once it arrives at the service bay, the technician retrieves the parts without ever leaving their workspace. It's designed to operate independently and keep your service department running smoothly. When Relo needs a charge, it automatically returns to its docking station. On average, Relo's battery lasts 12 hours, ensuring it's available throughout the workday. With a load capacity of 660 pounds, Relo can transport anything from small parts to full sets of tires. Relo is changing the way dealerships operate by minimizing technician downtime and optimizing service efficiency.
Spiffy up, because we've saved the best for last. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable Roaring Twenties Second Swing event.
Change is on the horizon with the BL Innovair panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today, we're going from carriages to cars, from guesswork to guidance. We're talking about AI in the service lane. Ted, we have quite the panel with us this day.
Sarah, we do. And want to welcome everybody to the Roaring Twenties. Our great colleague, Carol Kilner, who is the CEO of BL Innovair, is with us here today. Also, service and parts and consulting and fixed ops legend, Don Andres, is with us. And humbled to have you both. And Carol and Don, yeah, it looks like you're back in the 20s there.
Got a little time today, so I can jump right in.
Well, this is exciting, Ted. And Carol, I want to kick things off with you because all of us today, we're in some very timely apparel. So can you share with us your thoughts on AI and how it relates to the Roaring Twenties theme that we have today?
Absolutely, Sarah. And Ted, thanks again for having me back there. Glad to be here on this really timely topic. You know, when I think about the Roaring Twenties, you know, I picture a world in the middle of massive change. A few decades earlier, it was all those horse-drawn carriages. And, you know, by the 20s, cars had taken over. You know, entire industries had sprung up, mechanics, gas stations, road builders, auto manufacturers. You know, fast forward today, and I think we're kind of in the middle of that same kind of shift in fixed ops. You know, AI and touchless inspection technologies are creating a new industry that simply didn't exist before. You know, I believe we're in that same kind of a moment. You know, it's not brand new. It's been quietly shaping our lives for decades. And I think really what's different now is the speed and scale of it. You know, it's not hiding in the background anymore. It's front and center. And I think at BL Innovair, we've been developing touchless inspection technologies to capture vehicle condition, spot body damage, and even flag issues around the sensors that might need ADAS calibration. The point, you know, isn't to overwhelm the service team, it's to give them that data that they can actually use. And just like a century ago with cars, the key isn't really fearing that change, it's guiding it. You know, and I think the challenge today is making sure that we don't lose that human touch in the service lane. And the technologies that us and other people are creating, I think, amplify that human connection, not replace it. And I think that's the conversation we really want to have today. And I think, you know, Don, you're the perfect person to have with us because you've lived in the service lane and you know better than anyone how much people and process matter alongside the technology.
Well, that's a great point. We introduce a lot of technology to our service classes. I mean, And sometimes you say, let's just go back to the horse, because in all honesty, they get challenged with a lot. And yes, I think everybody wants to help, but I think making sure that there's a nice balance is a great way to say it. We need it, but at the same time, balance is super important.
Don, I can really relate to what Carol said. There was a time of great disruption when the automobile first came out, and really, we've been poised for disruption, Don, on the service lane for a long time and throughout the dealership. And you do hear a lot about AI these days.
Yeah, I think they have had tremendous, tremendous uptick in their ability to handle customers. It's impressive. I mean, it wasn't just a few years ago that they were testing them out with some appointments, right? Can we offset some of the quick lube appointments and things of that nature? And they did fine, but they did struggle a little bit when the customer suddenly was engaged. And boy, just fast forward 1 or 2 years, and it's impressive how well they can actually have a conversation with a customer. But already it has exposed some opportunities where humans need to be involved, humans need to be back engaged, and not just simply say, well, we've got that problem solved, thanks AI. No, there's still a level of engagement that's required.
Absolutely. Well, and in thinking about some of the pieces with AI, there's a lot of conversation about AI potentially taking or having, a little bit more visibility. But Carol, AI has been around for a while now. This is not just a sudden thing where AI is suddenly taking over the airwaves.
Yeah, I think, before we see what's happening today, let's set the record straight. AI didn't just show up overnight with Chat GPT. I think a lot of people, that's when it first became a real thing. But in the automotive space, we've had AI systems for years. You think about ABS brakes, they've been making split-second decisions to keep us from skidding off the road. That adaptive cruise control. So when you're looking down at your phone, you're not coming up on the person in front of you. And, even those lane departure warnings that, use image recognition to keep the vehicle in line. And, outside of the automotive space, we see it take the rental car business. Automated systems are scanning vehicles for damage and generating bills on return. So I think really the difference now is that AI is becoming, it's not in the background anymore. It's front and center, and it can handle a lot more complex real-time decisions in the service lane. And, I think that's exactly where that our work comes in.
I'm wondering, why does it seem, at least to me, like AI is suddenly taking over? Um, Carol and Don, your thoughts on that, if you don't mind.
I will say that there's so many more people in the actual workspace now, right? I mean, it's funny how these types of things happen. We had one inspection report that suddenly was able to be electronic, and we were so impressed, and it did such a great job. And then almost immediately we saw competition come in, and we're able to do those same types of things. I think we see that today, that people that were not in the automotive industry are suddenly jumping in with their innovation, their AI processes. Now, there's some shortcomings to that, right? They don't necessarily know our business, but here they are trying to help. And Carol, you've seen that. I mean, your company, has been around in not just in the number of years that you've been working on your technology, but the number of countries that you're in that have honed this product to the point where it is today. It's probably one of the leaders, if not the leaders, in what you do. I would say that.
Yeah, we actually started developing this technology more than 10 years ago, before it was even a thing, before the questions were even asked in the inspection lane. And, at the time, we almost felt like it was technology ahead of its time. People were kind of like, what is this stuff? How can I use it? And, it's taken quite a while for people to kind of get on board with the technology, but now it's here to stay, and it's changing the service lane.
And Carol, I want to come back to what Don said about BL Innovair because, it's not just AI that you're utilizing. There's a lot of different pieces that happen in the service lane. So, I'd love to get your thoughts on not only how AI is being adapted for use in the service lane, but then all the other ways that BL Innovair really stays ahead of the game.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. So at BL Innovair, we build touchless inspection technologies. We use cameras, sensors, um, lasers, and AI to instantly assess the vehicle as it's rolling in the service lane. It's checking the alignment, checking the tread depth, and even spotting potential damage before the service advisors even had a chance to say hello. But I think here's the big thing. I think responsible AI isn't about cool tech or fancy outputs. It's about that clear and accountable. If I walk into the service lane as a customer and someone tells me, "Hey, your system told me your alignment's off," I don't just want the result. I really want to understand what that means to me, and what if I don't get that service done? What is the impact down the road? And I think for the service teams, it's the same. They need to know the why so they can confidently explain, what this technology is doing for their customers. And, it's not just about what BL Innovair is saying. I think there's groups like the World Economic Forum and the NIST that have been stressing that same point of, transparency and explainability that make sure the decisions can be traced and understood. And I think the goal with technology is never to replace people. It's about giving the advisors consistent and reliable insights that they can have better conversation with their customers. So I think that really leads us into a much bigger conversation, just because, just like the cars in the 20s, you needed good roads, driver education rules, AI, we need some guide rails to make sure that it's, implemented well and not causing things to run wild.
Don, I want to follow up with you. What are your thoughts on AI in the service lane? Because this technology is not only very accurate, but it's almost instantaneous, Don. In that we don't have to wait for that information. We can have it right away at our fingertips and be able to access that to present to the customer.
That's a thing that has been so impressive now with certainly with their product. I've got a chance to see it. It's so impressive. But it's the little things. We talk about conversations with customers, right? We talk about, hey, we notice some things on a walk around, and that we've done this for years, where we know we have to do a walk around the car. Why? Because the driver never gets to the right side of his car until he's been in for service. Suddenly there's that door ding that's been there for a long time, but because he only deals with the left side of his car getting in and out to work, he never notices it. So we know that was it. But of course, getting service departments to slow down, getting them to be able to say, we need to do a quality walk around, that's been challenging. So suddenly we have some products that are able to assist in that. And that's really powerful. Not to say that we don't like the idea of the walk around, but this is a ability to be able to be that second real good support. Now, as far as alignments are concerned, I'll be honest with you, today, if we're not giving that information to a customer, when they enter the drive, let's face it, tires are one of the most expensive investments that we do maintenance wise with a vehicle, right? And so a tire may last normally 60, 70,000 miles, but here we are, some bad tire wear. It's now prompted this new, I would say, degrading of the tire to the point that suddenly at 20 or 30,000 miles, I'm buying tires. Why? Because the alignment was out. And now that tread wear has been established, even rotating the tires does not seem to help that tire wear now has been established. So having the ability to, at a glance, be able to say, we got to talk about your alignment so that you didn't get 50 or 60,000 miles out of your set of tires, suddenly that's a great motivation. So I think it's important, exactly what Carol was saying, that the technology is going to help, but I got to have that conversation because customers have declined for a variety of reasons over the years that have gotten pretty good at declining. And so having engaged advisors to say, we got to talk about this for just a minute, I think is really, really important.
That's a good point, Don. And Carol, as Don mentions, it's still a people business, right? People still make the call, and AI is going to have guardrails as well.
Absolutely. You can't have technology without those guardrails. I think we've seen headlines in other industries where AI's kind of run a little bit wild, and I think in the service lane, that's not an option. For us, it's not just about the tech or the results, it's about the people in the process around that tech. And, that's why we stick to a simple rule. AI can assist, but, your people have to make that final call. And we need to keep things transparent to the service teams and the customers so they can see what we detected, why it was flagged and how that decision gets made. And really, that's how we build that trust. And, we've seen this in other industries when there isn't enough oversight. I mean, take the rental car industry, for example, automated damage detection, sometimes flagging a scratch or even dirt, and suddenly the customer's staring down a big bill. Technically the AI might be right, but the outcome, angry customers, bad reviews, lost loyalty, they're taking their business elsewhere. And
Yeah.
that's what we don't want.
Great points, Carol and Don. And just as an additional, fun question, people embracing this technology, we've seen a lot of hesitancy sometimes when you've done something a certain way for a very long time, and now you're introducing a whole new process to the customer and the employee experience. Carol and Don, what advice would you give for dealers or any automotive professionals listening today about getting people to embrace these types of new technologies?
Yeah, I think, Sarah, at the end of the day, you should position it as AI making people stronger, not weaker. Your advisors are your relationship builders, the problem solvers, and they're the trusted guides. And I was listening to this podcast on he's a science communicator. His name is Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he said something that just really stuck with me. He said that AI can recognize what's in front of it, but it can't find patterns. But it can find the patterns, but you can't invent the next great customer experience. That's what people do. The people build the loyalty. The people think of all the things that AI doesn't have access to right now. So I think the idea is to embrace it. Don't fear it.
Well, I think that's a great point. And I'll give you the best example of that. So we do have a lot of AI assistants right now with appointments, but I still encourage that day before call because I want to introduce myself. I want to make sure that time works for them. I definitely want to make sure that they are up to speed on here's what's going to happen tomorrow. And we don't have AI to be able to say, here's what's going to happen tomorrow because they don't have that understanding, right? We know what the carryovers look like. We know exactly what's going to get accomplished tomorrow. So that day before call, something that I really drive home with my clients, turns out to set the tone for a highly productive day. You're going to drive into your drive. We'll be able to analyze your alignment right in that moment when you drive in. We'll give you the results of that. If it's all green, great. If there's a concern, that'll be the time we'll discuss that. So these are types of things that I think are so important that we complement AI's ability to assist. We don't like advisors sitting there trying to answer phones in the morning. So we love the fact that they're able to make those appointments. But that but that day before call becomes really, really important. And so we love a tool that performs perfect. We love that tool. Gives us a trusted information, right? Because that's incredibly important for us. But yeah, I think that's a big part of it.
And Don, BL Innovar in action, you've seen it actually in operation at dealership. How do customers respond to that when we come back with this type of information?
Yeah, it's amazing, by the way, when an advisor can take their screen, flip it right around, or they can say, hey, I've got this printout. Here's your vehicle. Wow, you just got that printout? It's an excuse to talk. It's an excuse to have an engagement as opposed to what are you in for? Right. So it's so powerful. I was so impressed with the desktop itself. So here's a desktop that at a glance, we don't just have a list of customers. No, we have actual visual vehicle snapshots that the advisor can look at. can be able to determine what's going on. A customer can see it. We see some big, large screens, and there's their vehicle right there. This is setting the tone, a very, very professional, highly organized, highly structured service drive. So people's anxieties literally start to soften. They start to realize, okay, this is a place that knows what they're doing, and now I can feel comfortable being engaged.
And I think, Don, to further on that, we spent a lot of time designing that customer experience, that user interface, because the reality is with these kinds of tools, you need your service advisors to be engaged. They need to be able to quickly get that information and present it in a meaningful way, whether it's paper, whether it's screen, or maybe it's an SMS link to their report. But they need that information to be able to start that conversation.
And, you know, I mentioned this earlier, but Sarah, Ted, I have to tell you, again, new products coming out are great, but they just have glitches. They have issues. The fact that the BL Innovate and their product has been around for 10 years, has been in, oh gosh, I can't even imagine how many countries now to work through all of those types of things. So when it hits the ground, it's hitting the ground running. It's going, and you can feel confident. I think that's really powerful because of how many people are still entering the marketplace with this idea of being AI.
Carol, you want to give us some of those numbers? How many countries? How many service drives is this on?
Yeah, it was up to 18 countries at last count, and hundreds of service drives. And we keep evolving the product and adding to it and adding modules to help it extend it. But I think at the end of the day, I mean, we love technology. That's our job there. But it has to be technology that makes sense for the customers, for the service lane. You know, it has to be at a price that makes sense. You know, it doesn't cut it to just be cool. It's gotta give return on investment and perform that function.
So Sarah, like the 1920s, um, not everybody resisted okay cars, and those who did embraced and guided the change. And dealers who are using technologies like BL Innovar right now on their service drives are seeing great strides, Sarah, in what they can do for their consumers.
That they are, Ted, and it's gonna be exciting to see all of the continued innovation that BL Innovair brings to the marketplace.
And Carol, if I may add one more point, BL Innovar delivers all of this at a very sensible price point for retailers. It's not just a cool tech. You do it where you make it affordable for the dealers. And I don't know if you want to add anything on that, but I think that's a very important part of your story.
It is absolutely, because again, it's got to make sense at the end of the day. Otherwise, it's just cool tech that collects dust somewhere. We have lots of customer examples around the world where they've got a complete ROI in 3 to 4 months on some of this technology because they use it and they're engaged with it. And I think the other point, Ted, is we really develop tech that will fit into any service bay, outdoors, indoors. You don't have a lot of space. You know, some tech is not as versatile, but we've got a whole bunch of different variations. So, you know, we love to talk to the customer, figure out what makes sense.
All right, everybody. You may have seen the rest. Now go with the best. All right. BL Innovar. It's available now. You can visit them on the web. You can see down below. Carol's email is scrolling. She's the CEO of the company. She's been at this she's been an overnight success for a long time, okay, to get to this point. And BL Innovar is the leader in vehicle inspection systems worldwide. So a lot of experience in service drives. Don, I don't know if there's anything that you'd like to add, as we close on making AI in the service lane more human and not less.
Yeah, again, I've been so pleasantly surprised in getting to understand, see the product, and realize you're right. The size of it is amazing, and the fact that I get to clients in rural areas that just don't have that much room in their service drive, and here this product fits. The ROI is amazing because let's face it, alignments are all labor. They just are an easy close when the information is right in front of it. So I will go as far as to say it's the cat's pajamas. It's the bee's knees.
Carol, thank you for everything that BL Innovar does and for that you do for our industry.
All right, thank you.
Everybody, for more information, visit blinnovar.com. You can see it scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Carol's email is there. She's the CEO. And Don, I think we did fine, just right on time with this. And thank you for joining us today. Sarah, a lot more to come here on the Roaring Twenties.
Lots more to come, Ted, and it's exciting to have Don Andres and Carol Kilner with us in our Roaring Twenties theme today.
Thank you, everybody, for being here today.
Prior to having the inspection lanes, we were doing 125 or so alignments per month. We're approaching 400 alignments per month now. Quite a return on investment.
Most of the time, customers don't even know that their alignment is out. So now we're able to catch it before they start to notice any severe, pull to the left or to the right. And we're able to pick up accurate measures of their tire tread, whether or not the alignment's good or bad. And so it just gives the customer kind of a wondering of, oh, I had no idea. Thank you for telling me. And then go ahead and tell them, it's a quick, easy process. If you'd like us, to get the alignment corrected, we can.
Our service lane is well equipped with camera systems all the way around, but when the coats and the bodyguard team came in and set up our equipment, it has helped us dramatically in savings as far as individuals saying that we damaged or we scratched their car.
So as a new advisor, I could not imagine doing my role today without the inspection lane.
Looking at the health report printout that I received with the ROs, I am able to myself better understand if a vehicle maybe even has bent components before even getting it on and checking it myself on the alignment rack.
It definitely has a positive effect on CSI. Customers enjoy knowing that their car is in good condition, and they want to know if it's not. As far as having the inspection lane, is something that we felt very strongly about. We really felt that it was going to be a good investment. It is definitely something that has high gross. I would recommend it to any dealership that wants to make the investment, because you'll get your return probably in about 6 months.
Fastline and Bodyguard. Exceptional value as standalone products. Together, they bring you the ultimate solution. Fastline Evo and Fastline Plus. Combining the best of both worlds.
Need a lift? Grab a ride on the trolley to our next panel with our friends from Lyft.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Our good friends from Lyft are with us. Also, two retailers who are utilizing the Lyft platform. Jared Levi is here with Lyft Business. He heads up the Automotive Partnership. And Aaron Calvert from the Principal Automotive Group in San Antonio is with us. And on the West Coast, Tully Williams from the Niello Company. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks so much for having us back.
Jared, you're making great strides at Lyft. Bring us up to speed, and then I have a few questions for the dealer panelists on here as well.
Yeah, thanks so much. We're seeing continued traction in dealerships adopting Lyft as a customer transportation option, but not only that, we're seeing a lot of folks really start to lean into pickup and delivery utilizing the Lyft service. More and more customers are enjoying the ability to stay at home and not have to bring their car into the dealership, not have to sit at the dealership, although watching The Price is Right in the morning is a fun thing to be able to do with some snacks. But overall, we all know that a customer that's not sitting at the dealership looking at their watch waiting to get home is someone that's going to be much more open to added services. And so, we're just continuing to hear great feedback and, a variety of different use cases, which, we love.
All right. Well, Tully and Aaron, you're both clients. You're both customers of Lyft. I want to come to Tully first. Tully, how are you utilizing Lyft in the service department?
Well, we utilize Lyft a lot, and you think about what is one of the biggest things in a dealership that we hate. Loaner cars, worst thing ever invented. Thank you, the OEM. And the goal is how do we minimize this massive expense? Yet we have to provide transportation for our great customers because that's how we sell things. We won't sell anything if we don't give them an offer, a ride home. Those days have long gone. So the issue with Lyft is it helped out. I mean, COVID brought Lyft out even before we had it on there. It really brought it out to us that people were scared. People wanted to make convenience. We don't want to wait for a loaner. I want to go to the mall. I want to go home. You know, you have a shuttle van. Okay, you load up the shuttle, 20 people pile in there. Hopefully by 3 o'clock, you've dropped off all of your people from the morning. That doesn't work, right? So the goal is what Lyft did for us is really help us get those interactions with our customer. And do people understand rideshare? And the answer is absolutely yes. We all use it. No matter which flavor you use, if you're in an airport or you're going somewhere, you're going to use rideshare. So the comfortability, the using of rideshare is this. So now we have to make it easy for our advisors to use. Ultimately, what you do is you go to a screen, you pick it out, and you hit send. This is what makes Lyft great for us. And lastly, what it also does for us is it has a consolidated billing separated out by stores. So then our most important department in the dealership, business office, is happy. And if they're not happy and it doesn't consolidate, it's not going to work. So the great thing is that we've had a great partnership with Lyft for many, many, many years. One, our advisors use it daily and are happy with it because then it can be forwarded to their app, their Lyft app, or if they don't have a Lyft app, it will work on a website on their phone. And two is that our business office is extremely happy. I download a file first day of the month. I send it to my business office for all the stores. And guess what? Voila, everything goes away and we're ready to rock and roll next month. So we've had a really good relationship. Service advisors is really what makes us drive this number to make it happen.
Aaron, how are you utilizing Lyft over at Principal Auto Group?
Very similar. Now we do have a very large loaner fleet, and in fact, at a BMW center, our loaner cars are often expected. However, even at 307 cars in my fleet, I can't keep up with the demand of our guests. We run about 120 to 150 cars across our service drive every weekday. And Lyft allows us the flexibility to get those guests that we weren't expecting, that didn't have a reservation with a loaner car, somebody that was planning on waiting, but hey, it might be a little bit longer. So we've got a restaurant across the street, or would you like to get back home? It has worked out phenomenal in allowing us to expand our throughput in the shop without having to expand our loaner fleet any larger than it already is. The other benefit that I've seen, we operate on Tekion as our DMS, and it actually is Lyft has a partnership with Tekion to where we can actually set up the Lyft ride through the DMS, link it with the repair order. It is easy. It sends the link to the guest so they know that the Lyft driver is arriving. It makes it easy on the ASMs. It makes it easy on my support staff. And ultimately, it just allows for us to get more guests taken care of without them, doing the proverbial looking at their watch, checking their time as they're waiting at the dealership. Let's get them to someplace that's more fun, more comfortable for them, whether it be home or a restaurant or the mall across the road, and allow them to enjoy their service experience rather than sitting at the dealership just thinking, man, my oil change is taking longer than I thought, or, I don't have time to add that extra service that the technician found. So we've been with them for about 2 years, and it has really helped us in terms of getting our guests taken care of at a high level.
Aaron, I know you have BMW there. Tully has BMW as well. I'm a BMW customer. I have an X5, and the local retail center for BMW, I don't think they ever had that many loaner cars as you do, but I've noticed in the last 18 months or so, Aaron, their number of loaners has gone down and diminished and decreased. So when I come in, it's not a question anymore of getting a loaner car. Now they're calling the Lyft for me, okay, taking me where I got to go, whether it's home or to work, and then getting me the ride back. And that's happened for me the last couple times. Tully, you're on CDK. Is there a similar integration for you?
We use the integration through a Lyft. It's just easier for us that way. Whereas they just go to the Lyft. We have the Lyft site up for us, and we just plug it in, and off we go. We don't bill it out on the repair order. You know what Aaron talked about would be very cool for that. That would resolve a lot of problems. But I think that, when it comes to loaner cars, and Aaron's spot on, no matter if you have 4,000 loaner cars at Aaron's store, he will always be short one. And the issue happens is that when people with BMWs, because they expect a car, and BMW's done a great job with that. As inventory shortens, guess what happens? Aaron's not going to get as many cars as he used to get from the sales department as they rotate them out on a monthly basis. The goal is going to happen is that it's going to start shrinking, as you said, Ted, is that our loaner fleet went from, say, 200, now it's going to go down to 150. It is what it is. So appointments for loaner cars get pushed out and out and out. And the next thing you know, I like to have my car service today with a loaner car. Well, that will be in, December of 2027. I can get you in today, but we can get you a rideshare lift home if that would work for you. And I mean, I'm exaggerating a little, but not a lot. So the goal is going to be is that you've got to have all these different options to make people happy, because they're going to have it. We don't want to send somebody to the rental car company. It just turns into it's just not a good thing. You go there, you're standing in line, you're sitting in sticky chairs, you're waiting for someone to show up, and then you get a car that's got 4 million miles on it, and the guy smoked in it before. And then what happens? It's just bad CSI, and we get blamed. So our goal is never to send really anything over there. It's rideshare or a loaner car for us. And then two is that, when you have loaner car shortages, is that when you sell something, your car comes in, we do an inspection, it needs a blank, and that blank is going to take 3 days. Well, if you don't have any loaner cars, or if you have a loaner car that you're expecting that car for this customer coming back tomorrow, guess what's going to happen? You're not going to sell it, or you're going to have a trouble where you're going to try to make it happen. And this is where Lyft also helps us the ability to get our same day selling higher, because we can provide transportation. And that's what it works out. The next thing too is that when you drive back, the nice thing is that you give them the credit, and they can select their own ride on the way home. It doesn't have to be preset, which was a big deal when they came out with that.
Jared, both of these gentlemen are very enthusiastic about Lyft. Your thoughts?
Yeah, love it. We love hearing this. And this is what sort of drives us to, work closely with our dealerships and understand, what are the industry needs here and just the evolving nature of them. You guys sort of speak about the loaner fleet and how it's, CapEx intensive, it's expensive. And so many times we've heard that folks would need to leave a drop car or a loaner to do a remote pickup and drop off just because that was the only mechanism they had. Sending 2 employees, one to pick up the car, one to drop it off. And that vehicle might just sit in the driveway for 24 hours. Yeah. So what this really does is it gives folks the ability to give the loaners if they need to, or if someone really needs it, but offer a much more streamlined option. And sort of going to Tully's point on the return trip, this is what we've seen the best feedback on is logistics getting customers back to the dealership. Let's think about it with the shuttle. Mr. Zahn is at work and he needs to get back. He gets a call that his vehicle is done for service. He has to step away from work and coordinate when the shuttle is going to arrive to pick him up. And that might change. As Tully mentioned, we have a feature called the flexible ride. What it does is it allows the dealership to send a text message link that allows the end customer to request the ride when they're ready. The dealership sets up the pickup and the drop-off location. The customer just has to request the ride when they're ready. So now the dealership experience has changed from having a service advisor call the customer, try and coordinate timing with the shuttle, to the service advisor calls the customer, leaves a voicemail, says, hey, your vehicle is done. Open your text messages. Whenever you're ready to get picked up, click the link. We close at 8. If it's after hours, we may have something set up for you. Streamlined, simple, great customer experience, great survey results.
100%.
Aaron, I would imagine also in terms of things like staffing at the dealership, this helps a whole lot because you don't have to put that extra head count up.
It's been a game changer for us. I mean, we were able to cut our and we started this, like Tully, I think we started the rideshare around the time of the pandemic and, out of just absolute need. And we were able to cut our support staff by probably about 25 to 30% because we didn't need the available pickup and delivery drivers because we were using the rideshare app and getting them getting our guests taken care of. And kind of to Tully's point as well, our guests just need transportation. They don't need a loaner car. And so a lot of times if you give them that option, they don't even want to take the time to give their insurance, driver's license. They just want to ride to the office or back home. And so they just didn't know that was a tool in the toolbox to get them taken care of. They just had come to expect the loaner car, and then all of a sudden you present the secondary option, and they're much more happy to not have the exposure of having a car that doesn't belong to them. Just get me back to the office and get me back to the dealership, and it's a better option for the guest. And so it's really helped on multiple fronts with being allowed to, I don't want to say eliminate staff, but not need to expand on the staffing, but also just to take care of the guests the way they want to be taken care of.
And Tully, the shuttle, the loaner car, that's not very efficient. Even for me as a customer, I got to go, I have to get my license out. I got to find the insurance card. And then like Aaron said, I'm probably not going to drive the car after I get home, or it's going to sit in the driveway until I go back to the store.
It is. I think that you have a need for loaners cars, but I think that need is getting smaller and smaller. We still want to have loaner cars. They're a great way to advertise new vehicles that are coming out. People like to drive new cars. I get that. But a lot of times what Aaron is spot on is that people always don't want to deal with that. And now that we have the rideshare program that works, Lyft, that actually works, and the customers already tried it a couple times, and they realize, wow, that was fast. Because we all use it when we need to. If I go to any town, I don't rent a car anymore. I'm just going to get a ride share to wherever I need to go. People are comfortable with that. So now if we have the issue where it's the end of the day, that we expected the car done, we took them a ride share. I need to have a car. I need a car for the next day. We use ride share. We drive a loaner car to the person. We have it filled out, and then he takes a ride share back. I don't have to have two people, like Aaron said. You don't have two people rides anymore. Those days are over with. All right. Two is that, when people understand the rideshare program, it helps our liability so much better, where we don't have to deal with all these cars. And what happens when loaner cars are on the lot? They get hit, and the goal is that we just don't need that. And so we can turn our inventory better because we have less, and then we can use Lyft to help fill in the gaps that we need. Use Lyft to help sell more hours. Use Lyft to help manage your inventory. That's what Lyft does for us.
Jared, it sounds like Lyft can really help a retailer with smooth operations, okay, by providing all these services.
Yeah, enhancing the operational efficiency of the service drive is the most valuable thing you can do. Giving folks more hours, giving service advisors the ability to service more customers by getting more customers in and out the door quickly, but also not pulling an advisor off the floor to go drive the shuttle because Bill was sick today. We all know the stories of pulling advisors or managers or fixed ops directors off the floor because you've got a customer who's unhappy and you want to get them out and they want to get out. And the best way to do that is to give them a white glove. We've got a car waiting for you. You can see where the vehicle is on your phone. You can track the updates. If you have the Lyft app, great, it'll open on the Lyft app. If you don't, you'll have a link to open on your phone's web browser that will mirror the Lyft app and show you exactly where the vehicle is. We are trying to allow the dealerships to do what they're best at, servicing vehicles. Let us do what we're best at, which is coordinate transportation with our network of rideshare drivers.
All right, lightning round. I'll go to Aaron first and then Tully, 1 minute at the most. Aaron, for your peers watching and listening in today, if they're not yet utilizing a service like Lyft, okay, what would you say to them to help sway their decision? Again, in a minute or less. Aaron first, then Tully, and I'll have Jared bring it home.
Well, I would say it's been said multiple times. It's the convenience factor. The name of the game is time, efficiency, and convenience for our guests. That's what's going to keep them coming back. And by utilizing the ride share, you're not waiting for that shuttle that might have just left and now they're sitting around waiting for an hour and a half for them to come back. This is something I can do in real time, get them taken care of within 10 to 15 minutes in a car and on with their day. Convenience is the name of the game for our guests.
Tully Williams.
If you want to sell more hours, if you want your technicians to be busier, if you want your service advisors to have a better chance of selling those things that drives retention, remember that's the business that we're actually in. Lyft helps us do that, providing those stumbling blocks that always is time is the issue. And Lyft resolves those for us at a moment's notice for our advisors, and it's easy to use.
Tully, I'd say it's all about the hours. What do you think?
I 100% agree.
Jared, that's hard to follow, but bring it home.
Just echoing the sentiments that both these gentlemen shared, we hear tremendous things about what Lyft can do for a dealership. The nice thing about it is it's a feature that you can add and you can use it if you need it. And as you get more comfortable with it, you can incorporate it into your daily fixed operations.
Right.
If it's something you want as a backup, you can have it in the background as a backup, and you can use it in case of emergency. All of these services are consumption-based. So it's not like you're springing for a $5,000 a month agreement contractually signed for 12 months. You can have Lyft, whether it be our direct product or our services through our various integration partners, available at no cost. And if you need it, we're here. Our goal is to really help enhance the operation, allow you guys to drive value. And we just love seeing all the different unique use cases that are being used and seeing how this has really grown over the past 5 to 6 years. I've been fortunate. I was part of the foundational team that was knocking on dealership doors, meeting with fixed ops directors, meeting with service managers at the beginning of this. Going from folks not necessarily trusting rideshare as an option to it being a lifeline to keeping the dealership's doors open and keeping the service department ROI positive has been just such a great experience. And it's been really fun to grow alongside our partners. So as much as we love, finding new partners, we also love growing with our existing partners. So, a big thanks to all the dealerships that have been with us, whether it be from day one or, over the past couple of months.
Jared, for our audience who wants to learn more and reach out, maybe has some questions to be answered, what's the best next step for them to take? How do they get in touch?
So I would definitely encourage folks to go to the website linked at the bottom of the ticker here. That's going to be go.liftbusiness.com/auto. There you'll be able to see some of our case studies, but you'll also be able to fill out your information so that one of our dedicated auto reps from across the country can reach out. What we'll do is we'll operate at your pace. If you want to have a conversation to dive deep into what your current transportation needs are, what your pain points are, we'll work with you. We've got customers across the country. We understand each dealership is very nuanced, is very unique, whether it be the OEM, the location, the demographic. We'll have a deep conversation and go through the entire operation with you. Or if you want a quick demo and just want to get it set up, we can do that as well. We're here to support you in whatever way you guys are open to. So go to the website linked in the ticker, fill out the information, and one of our automotive reps will reach out to you shortly.
Jared Levi, on behalf of the Roundtable, thank you so much for all you do at Lyft. Aaron Calvert, Principal Automotive Group, thank you for the insights today. Greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, Tully Williams at the Niello Company, one of the anchors of the Roundtable. Tully, thank you for all you do.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you.
Everybody, the panel with Lyft Business here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Lyft Concierge's courtesy ride platform makes it easy to send reliable, affordable rides to the people who matter to your organization, even if they don't have the Lyft app. Here's how it works. To start a new ride, log in on your desktop or mobile device and click Request. Then, fill out your rider's info. You'll see the ride's price and distance up front. Need to message the driver? Add a note here. Send the ride right away, schedule it for later, or send a flexible ride that riders can request on their own. Choose the ride type that fits your rider's needs, such as luxury and extra seat options. And voila, your ride request is on the way. Once a nearby driver accepts the ride, your rider will receive a text message with everything they need to know for a smooth pickup. If your rider doesn't have a mobile phone, they'll receive an automated call to their landline with all the details. From your dashboard, you can track and monitor active and upcoming rides and support your riders. With Lyft Concierge, you can take better care of your people, simplify transportation management, and drive your organization forward. Log in to send a ride with Lyft Concierge.
Get the rundown on your vehicle with the Body Shop panel from our Mike Calvert Toyota pop-up event.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Katrina Ness, joined by Sarah Vantine, and we are here in Houston, Texas at Mike Calvert Toyota. Sarah, it has been an exciting day so far.
It has, Katrina, and we have an exciting topic that we're going to unpack with these gentlemen here today. We are going to be talking about the body shop and all the success that you're seeing at Mike Calvert Toyota. Gentlemen, if you would first introduce yourselves to our audience and tell them a little bit about what you do at Mike Calvert.
Chuck Baldridge, I'm the Collision Center Director. I've been here for about 4 years, and I just try to stay out of my team's way and try to help them along as best I can to reach the successes that they want to reach, and just try to support them best I can.
And my name is Arturo. I'm the assistant manager here. Just making a little over a month here with Mike Calvert Toyota. Proud to be a part of this team, and my role here is just to assist Mr. with any of the daily tasks that arise, and yeah.
Awesome. Well, Chuck, what makes your body shop stand out in this competitive market?
Well, I think it's two things. It's
Yeah.
it's our people and it's our culture, and they both are intertwined. You know, you can't have great people if you don't have a great culture. You can't have a great culture if you have great people. So, you know, it's kind of probably a theme throughout the dealership here. It's something that we focus on quite a bit. But I had about 2 years ago, I was sitting in a hotel room after a conference, thinking about all the things that I'm not doing right or not doing good and trying to figure out a plan. And I got on the subject of culture, and I wanted to figure out what culture meant. And so I started writing it down, and I came up with 5 pages later what culture was and what I thought it was. And so I brought it back to my team here. We had a long conversation about it, and we kind of realized that, you know, culture is not a thing that I say to do, or our GM says to do, or our owner says to do. It's a living, breathing thing. It's an interpretation by our people of what our core values are and how they want to implement them every day, and to kind of roll them into achieving our vision.
Absolutely.
So as a group here, I think that's something we've all done in different departments in some aspect, and that's been a biggest differentiator for us compared to our competition.
Wow, that's amazing that you took the time to sit down, have some self-reflection on you guys and the way, the Collision Center ran and everything like that. So what is some of the best practices that you've taken from that and started to implement to make, your body shop stand out and trickle down to the customers?
Yeah, we do just a lot of processes. We try to stay consistent with our processes.
Yeah.
We do a blueprint repair plan. Part of the repairs that we analyze the damage. We have a designated team that does that, so we get more consistent results out of it.
Yeah.
And we get a deeper dive into what's needed for the repair, and we try to focus on, putting the car back the way it was before it was an accident, and making sure it's done properly according to the Toyota's procedures and guidelines. And so we have that's our focus on how we can repair the cars.
Absolutely. Arthur, how have you seen this body shop specifically stand out competitively?
In their formal process, they're very big on make sure that the vehicle is torn down thoroughly. The blueprinting team has a very, very thorough process, and it distinguishes itself from many other body shops that I've been to, and it has its own way of designing stuff.
And so I want to emphasize too the awards and the recognition that your body shop has to see. So could you share a little bit more about what you've earned recently?
Yeah, well, we had a kind of a breakout 2024, and we set pretty much every KPI record that we have as a company, and we had record number of customer AROs, record number of sales, gross profit, net profit, labor hours. So we just had a really successful year internally. But what that did was lead to us capturing our most coveted achievement, which is we won the Toyota Certified Collision Center of the Year Award for the Gulf States region. And so that's something that we worked really hard for. 4 years ago, we were ranked 67th out of 72. And so to be able to fly all the way back up to number one and was a great achievement for the whole team. And I think we celebrated that victory from February through June.
That's amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Wow. So tell us, how does the body shop, as its own entity of the dealership, contribute to the overall success of the store?
Well, again, it's a holistic approach by every department in that we basically focus on removing the silos. We make an effort to work together. It took a while for us to get the right pieces of the puzzle in there to where we could effectively communicate and respect each other as a group. But once we did that, we were able to just start clicking and things started ramping up. We started increasing our sales and our revenue and our profitability across all departments. We spent a lot of time together outside of work, going on trips and just really working on our ability to function together and just like each other. And that pays dividends for us across the board. And it helps us really stay united on what we're doing. And, most importantly, we all appreciate and understand and respect the life cycle of our vehicle owner. So when they buy a car, if they buy a car from us, we want them to come to use our service center. We want them to come use our collision center when they get in a wreck. And vice versa, if they get in a wreck and come use us, we want to make them so happy that they come and buy a car from us again. So we try to keep them here with Mike Calvert as long as we possibly can, and hopefully grab some of their friends and family along the way.
I love it. That's amazing. Repeat and referral is what we do here in Fixed Ops, for sure. Arturo, how about you? How do you see, the body shop work cohesively with the other departments in the dealership?
Oh, I mean, I feel like it's a pivotal department. Just as Chuck was saying, whenever a customer comes in and purchases a vehicle, accidents happen, and that's where we come in and take care of them, and obviously try to expedite that process, help them ease through it. Some customers aren't fully aware of, they've never been in that situation, so it can be a little bit of a daunting situation to be in. But again, that's what we're here for, just to facilitate that for them.
Absolutely. Chuck, and final question, talking about innovations and all of the success you've already had, but what's the one thing you focus on this year to stay ahead?
Yeah, this year we're focusing on how fast we can get the cars repaired through the system and still fix them the right way and still create a good experience for our customer. And so that led us to focus on our initial stage, which is our blueprint planning process. So again, we set up a team that's dedicated to just doing that. We try to get as much of the details out of the way up the front and in the beginning, as opposed to figuring out things along the way and causing a lot of mini delays in the repair cycle. So really it's just about honing in our processes even better than they were last year. And so far we've been able to do that through the first half of the year, and we're on another 30% gain over last year. So things are looking good, and we expect to continue that for the rest of the year.
Chuck and Arturo, congratulations on all the success that you're seeing at Mike Calvert Toyota. It's been an exciting day, Katrina. We've got a lot more to come.
We do.
Everyone, Katrina Ness and Sarah Vantine here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We'll be right back.
We are back in a flash for our Zap Moto panel up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings and Clint Curtis of Zap Moto. Ted, we've got an incredible conversation here today.
We're really fortunate, Sarah, to have Clint Curtis with us. Clint, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We thank you for being a valued partner.
Oh man, thanks for having me. And shout out to Mike Calvert Toyota. Never been here before. This is awesome. And Matt over there was nice enough to let me throw my backpack in his office. I hadn't even met the guy, and he's already given me free real estate. Anyways, super excited to be here.
So Sarah and I are hearing an awful lot about Zap Moto all around the industry. So let's start with some of the basics. Clint, what is Zap Moto?
So Zap Moto is a remote experience platform. One thing we realized is early on is that remote experiences are super important for car dealerships, especially as the business evolves. And what's really hard is implementation, because I mean, they're running an emergency room here, essentially, you know? And so what we do is we come in, we help implement these remote experiences, meaning pickup and delivery and mobile service. So on the pickup and delivery side, which is where we've had most of our focus, we provide drivers and provide a driver pool to the dealerships to actually execute picking up the customer's car, bringing it into the dealership, and then when it's finished, bringing it back. We take on the liability. We vet these drivers because we're going to insure them.
Wow.
And then on top of that, we implement we get into the DMS of the dealership, pull out the data, and do outreach on the dealership's behalf to schedule these and offer these remote experiences as well. Because it's hard. It's hard to do new things.
A friend of ours, a good friend of ours, Ed Roberts,
yes,
says that customers really enjoy the convenience of not having to come in your dealership. What are you seeing out there?
Yeah, I mean, we're operating, you know, from sea to shining sea and in Hawaii. And what we see across the country is what we know in every other industry as well. That, you know, I like to have my lunch brought to me by DoorDash, and I'm willing to pay a little bit extra for that convenience. And my wife loves to order off of Amazon every single day. And it just, I know, because I come home and there it is, another 5 packages on my porch. We live in an on-demand society, and every single business has to adopt this customer expectation now, including car dealerships.
And Clint, a big component that's important in that process, like you mentioned, is the transparency. I mean, you can follow where's my package, where are my things. How does Zap Moto implement some of those strategies with transparency?
Yeah, so we're super excited about the customer experience that we've crafted within our app. And so what happens is the customer will receive a text, you know, when the drivers are on their way to pick up their vehicle. They also receive a link with that. They can click on it and they can see the location of their vehicle at every single step of the way. Because we know next to their house, it's probably the biggest asset that they have, you know, so we want them to, once again, have transparency and know where it is at all times. And then that relationship then feeds into the dealer.
And Clint, one of the things that I see around the industry is that dealerships are getting away from the loaner car experience, where it used to be that you come in, always get a loaner car, then they started drying up, very few loaner cars. Now when I go to the service center, you know, they arrange for a ride for me to go back to work, okay, or to go back home and then to be brought back. And they don't want the customer to be sitting around the customer lounge, because the only value they bring is maybe to pay for the service. What are you saying?
Yeah, no, it's really interesting because, you know, here we are, we're in this gorgeous facility, right? And I was in their waiting room, their customer lounge, and it's awesome. And it's got the Diet Coke machine and the coffee machine. I'm a big Diet Coke guy, you know. And now what we're telling dealerships is, hey, actually, it's a big L if your customer was in that lounge, you know, because convenience is kindness.
Yes.
And time is money. And when we respect the customer and allow them to be in their own space and not be in here waiting, that's going to be rewarded in Lyft, in the RO spend.
Yes.
And also in customer retention, and also NPS or CSI, whichever cool acronym you use, depending on what OEM you are.
Well, and Clint, that's a big topic of conversation because, you know, a lot of dealerships, their OEMs are very, you know, really looking at retention as a big number. That's a big industry. So how have you seen this boost retention and customer satisfaction?
Yeah, across the country we see it because, as I said, convenience is kindness. I'm gonna say that like 7 more times, you know, if we stay here long enough.
Got it.
And it will bring the customer back in over and over and over again. We see, like, so with our NPS scores that we do internally, we do a scale of 1 to 10, and our average customer that does pickup and delivery with this comes in at a 9.89, which is nuts. You know, but of course, you know, they're not here because when the customer walks through the doors of the dealership, they're scared, they're apprehensive. It doesn't matter how awesome your staff is because everyone has amazing staff, but this relationship between the customer and the dealership, it's so broken from the last 8 decades of four squares and pressure and high pressure tactics, which is why Carvana even exists, right?
Of course.
Crazy, you know? And so the dealerships have to change it, and they're trying to. But this is just an extra little, you know, arrow in their quiver that they can use to help retain the customer, make them feel low pressure, and they're going to end up spending more money anyway.
So if a dealership is already in service pickup and delivery or wants to get into that, you're able to help those dealerships and set them up and pretty much provide. Sarah referred to some of the software the customer can see or things the customer can see. You do that on the dealer side too.
Yeah, 100%. If they want to roll out a pickup and delivery experience or a mobile or remote experience, soup to nuts, they just call us up and they turn it on.
Wow.
And it just starts. We wanted to make the process as easy as a restaurant starting to use DoorDash. That's kind of the model that we've gone after. And then if it doesn't work, they don't like it, switch it off, no big deal.
Wow.
I'll feel a little bit bad though.
And I think one of the great advantages, in addition to the customer satisfaction, is that lift in the RO dollars, because the customer will spend more money if they don't have to wait for the car.
Yeah, we've seen some dealerships even here locally in Houston that have been as high as a 50% lift over with pickup and delivery and remote experiences over just being in the store and getting an Uber home, you know? So, and we tie into the DMS so that we can show that data to the dealerships, because we also believe in transparency. Zap Moto's not into selling gym memberships. That's what I call them, because, you know, I'll sign up for a new gym membership every New Year's and then I don't go, right? We don't want to sign up dealers for gym memberships. So we'll give them total transparency so they can see with the investment they're making with us, what they're getting out on the other side.
All right, so the company's name is Zap Moto.
With a Z.
And if I'm a dealer watching this today, I'm not limited to being a certain OEM or in a certain part of the country. I can sign up with you, and how do I do that?
Yeah, just go to zapmoto.com. We got a FAQ page. You can also go ahead and submit an inquiry, you know, and we'll have one of our team members you can go through it. It's super easy and super simple. And it's the future.
Sarah, it's right on the money.
It is. It's very timely and a really big asset to dealerships.
All right. I'm Ted Ings. I'm here with Sarah Van Tyne. We're here with Clint Curtis from Zap Moto. We are here at the pop-up event at Mike Calvert Toyota in Houston, learning about the benefits of Zap Moto. Clint, thank you so much for everything you do for the industry.
Are you kidding me? Thanks for having me. So fun. So fun.
But Sarah and I will be right back.
Thank you.
This next speaker is the Cat's Pajamas. Please welcome John Purdy from CDK Global.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. John Purdy from CDK Global is with us. A great friend of the industry, long time automotive expert, and we travel in a lot of the same circles. Great honor to welcome you here, John. Welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Ted, thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here and to get to share, this message about helping people grow their teams today. And I know it's a great conversation. I'm looking forward to having it.
I am as well. I think it's so relevant right now, John. There's leadership. There's a lot of voids in leadership in our industry, and we've seen a lot in our time, and excited to share this time with you.
Absolutely.
All right. So I know you are considered an expert on leadership in our industry. And John, you've worked with leaders all around the world. What are some of the biggest gaps that you see in leadership? And if you could relate maybe some of that over to the fixed ops side, if possible.
Sure. I mean, that's a great question, Ted. There's the obvious ones, right? We're all too busy. We're all stretched too thin. Lean organizations ask us to do more with less. It's hard to find good people, especially technicians, right? The customer expectations keep rising over and over and over again, while margins keep shrinking no matter what we do, it seems like. And quite frankly, especially in fixed ops, no matter how hard we try and fight it, complexity just keeps creeping through our processes. And I could go on and on all day long. And I know that those sound like, you just asked me, like, what's the issue? And I know that probably sounds like I'm talking symptoms, but actually I think those are really indicators more than market conditions, right? They help point us towards some of the leadership gaps in our industry. The truth is, there's some of the challenges that fixed op leaders face every day. And those challenges kind of expose those underlying gaps. They kind of feed each other. And we're obviously not going to solve all those today, but I do know where to start.
Well, it's been said that we are in a people business. You got to love people to be in our business. I imagine this starts with the people.
Of course it does, right? At its most basic, Ted, leadership is influence, right? Leadership is influence. And so what's influence? It's the ability to get people to do that which they otherwise would not or could not do without you, right? So if Ryan can average $400 per RO with your help and $400 without you, are you really necessary to Ryan's success?
No value seen there. No.
Right. Now, if he can only do $400 without you and $500 with you, now are you necessary?
I'm worth $100 more.
Exactly, right? And that's influence. Your influence on Ryan helps him be a more profitable service advisor. And the thing about influence is it's earned day by day by how we lead, by how we coach, and most importantly, by how much we care.
All right. So for our viewers, John, watching us here today, where do we start?
I mean, we can make it complex. I like simplicity. The license plate of my car is literally be simple. Ted, I think it starts with how employees spell love. I know you've heard this one before.
It's spelled time, T-I-M-E.
That's exactly right. You've heard the saying, show me how you spend your time, and I'll tell you what you value most.
Yeah.
If we want our people to feel valued, we have to spend quality time with them. And the most basic way we can do that is to give them our time by ensuring we do regular one-on-ones. Now, I'd love to share a simple one-on-one technique with our friends today that's worked well for more than 30 years. It's called the Take 10 technique.
And John, time is the most valuable asset that any of us will ever have. So tell us about Take 10.
Well, you start by setting aside 10 minutes a week with each of your direct reports. Not 5, not 30, just start with 10. Now, I would love to block this in the calendar and never let it move, be a fixed thing that anchors our week. I'd also know that we work in the customer service business, right? And so we're going to have to be flexible about exactly when we meet. The time slot is a lot less important than the regularity. You can move it, just don't skip it. Okay, so we have our 10 minutes. Now we pick a neutral place. Not your office, not their workspace, someplace neutral. If you're a coffee drinker, go grab a cup of coffee together. If you're a walker, go for a lap around the dealership. The key is to find a space that is ours, not mine, not yours, ours.
Okay, so neutral space. I'm with you so far. 10 minutes, a safe space. Don't skip it. And John, where do we start the conversation? What do we talk about?
I think you can do it in just 3 questions. Okay. The first one is, how are you doing?
That's simple.
Yeah, I know. It's deceptively simple, right? See, it's not the words that matter. It's how you ask the question. This can't feel like the millions of times you've passed someone in the hallway and you've said, or they've said, how you doing? And neither of you actually care about the answer, right? This only works when they can feel that you mean those words, right? Ted, how are you doing? Now, at first you might get, oh, I'm fine, right? And if so, that's fine. That's the end of the conversation. Seriously, that's it. That's because at this point, they're not ready to open up to you. So ask it again next week, and the week after that, and the week after that, and keep asking it over and over again until you finally get an honest answer. That's only ever going to happen when they hear and feel that you mean it, that you really, truly care. Ted, it's only after they're willing to open up to you, to tell you they're having a great day or a horrible week, or to tell you that they're frustrated or they're excited or they're scared or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's only after they feel comfortable that you can do what?
Most important word in service is trust. Earn their trust.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
We have to have the trust of our customers. We all know this, right?
Yeah.
But we have to have the trust of our people too, because trust leads to influence. They have to learn that they can trust us with whatever's on their mind. That leads to honest conversations about performance, and trust that your coaching will help them improve it or fix the problem or put out a fire. It doesn't matter. It all starts with trust. All right. So how are you doing and mean it? Now, the second question is, how is the team doing? Which I know doesn't feel like something you might ask in a one-on-one. I mean, it's one-on-one, right? But this second question is looking for two particular things. It's looking for either process issues or personnel problems. So if I ask how the team is doing and Ryan responds, I think most of us are probably okay, but the technicians are pretty frustrated about that new parts process we launched last month. Well, now you've been turned on to something you can go fix. Or maybe it's not broken, right? It's just a perception issue. And now you know you need to go spend some time helping them adapt to that change. No matter what, though, I've uncovered a process issue and I've got work to do. But if I ask how's the team doing and Ryan says, well, pretty good, but have you talked to Bill lately?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know he probably wouldn't say anything to you, but I think he's hurting, boss. You should go talk to him. So now we've uncovered a people problem. Now, by the way, please don't start the conversation with Bill by saying, well, I talked to Ryan and he said, right?
But in doing this, isn't Ryan breaking Bill's trust?
I don't think so. If we've established the relationships like we should, what's really happening is that Ryan is acting like an early warning radar, right? I might have eventually figured out that Bill's in trouble, but if Ryan and Bill have a great relationship because they're peers or friends or fishing buddies or whatever, and Ryan points me in the right direction before I would have otherwise picked up on it, then I now have an opportunity to get involved earlier. If it's personal, I'll just be a friend. Remember, this is about building trust. If it's performance related, though, now I can use that influence to help right now before this becomes a bigger problem. Smoke, easy to put out. 400,000 acre fire, a whole lot harder.
All right. So I see it. You've built a relationship strong enough with Ryan that he feels he can share things with you, knowing he can trust you because you're going to do the right thing. Okay. And maybe you've built a relationship with Bill that would allow him to do the same for Ryan or someone else. It comes back to that word influence that you mentioned.
Influence.
And you said there were 3 questions.
Yeah. Actually, Ted, if you don't mind, I've noticed something while listening to you doing these roundtables over the years, and I've always enjoyed these, by the way. And I think I've found something that might be helpful, maybe even help your listeners get just a bit more out of these incredible sessions. And I'd like to share that with you. Okay.
All right, go ahead. Sure.
Actually, that's the third question. Sorry. You see, if you want to make sure the person you're talking to and you're trying to coach absolutely does not listen to you, then start the question like this. Hey, can I show you where you're terrible? Right? That's going to shut them down in a hurry. The key to asking that third question isn't the buildup, where I talked about helping your listeners get more out of your sessions. It's the last 5 characters, right? It's the comma, the space, the O, the K, and the question mark. You see, when you phrase it that way and you end with a pause at the end, when they respond yes, as they nearly always do, what are we getting?
Yeah, it's a permission-based technique. Yes,
that's exactly right. It's a permission-based coaching, and you've got them wanting to be coached now, to want you to share what you know, to want to be helped. It's always easier to help somebody when they want it.
I want to be helped.
Now, obviously, you need to have something to talk about, right? You have to have something that you're here to coach. So be sure to have prepared something before you sit down or take that lap around the dealership with them. You should know what they need as a tuned in leader that's paying attention to their performance and their interactions with customers and their interactions with each other. You've got in mind what they need next. And now they know they need something. So coach them. But coach them with confidence. Coach them because you care about them. Have a plan, a desired outcome, and coach them to success. And the nice thing is, the more you do this, the easier it is.
So, John, that sounds like a very solid, a very good foundation for the one-on-ones, especially for folks who haven't done them or maybe haven't done them in a long time. What about some more advanced advice for leaders who are already doing things like one-on-ones?
I'm glad you asked. And I hope you don't mind the selfless plug here. We have an entire series on professional one-on-ones in CDK University, which, as you know, is free for every retailer who uses any CDK product.
Wow.
Let me share the essential core of that series, though, at a high level, so that even the folks that don't have access to this at least know what it is. So to me, professional one-on-ones should always have 4 critical elements, right? Relationship building, listening to hear, professional development. Sorry about that. I have those animations turned on. I should have turned that off before we did this. Professional development and focused outcome, right? So relationship building, listening to hear, professional development, and focused outcomes. Let's start with the most critical piece, right? Which is building relationships. I will be more secure as a teammate when I have a strong relationship with my leader. That's kind of what people feel, right? Now, we've just spent the last few minutes talking about how important it is to build trust. So I want to take it just a little bit further. There's an old saying in the influence business: no one will care how much you know until they know how much you care. So the true secret to building work relationships is really no different than building a personal relationship, except the stakes may be higher for both of you, right? So here's 2 things to remember. First, be intentional. When I'm trying to build a relationship with someone, I need to be intentional about that. I need to be engaged. I need to be listening. I need to ask questions that are organic and make sense, right? I need to be learning things that are important about what motivates them, what they care about, what their goals are, what their fears are. It's a relationship like I would in any other world, except at work, I need to be intentional about understanding sort of what that person is here for, what's important to them. And it's not all the same, especially in 2025, right?
Sure.
You and I started in the business a million years ago. And back then, it was really easy to influence folks. You just put more money on it. Today, they want time off. They want recognition. They want career advancement. They want a lot more than just a bigger, fatter paycheck, although that still motivates a lot of folks. The second thing we need to remember is to be sincere. I know all of us at some point have been around someone who was insincere, right? They were there, but they were there for the wrong reason. They asked a question, they didn't care about the answer. Or they were delivering a line they delivered 1,000 times before, hoping that you would bite on it the same as the last fish that got on that hook. Yeah. People can see through that in a heartbeat. The easiest way to turn someone off is to be phony and fake. The easiest way to build a relationship is to just be sincere, be yourself, right? No one cares how much you know until they know how much you care.
So, John, the first time I heard that saying, I was a young retail salesperson selling Fords in New Jersey, and we went to a seminar that day, and there was a fellow named Jackie B. Cooper, okay?
Yep.
And Jackie made that saying famous, at least for that era that I lived in. There's an old saying, okay, that no one will care how much you know until they know how much you care. And it's so true today.
Yeah, I didn't start quite that long ago. I got it from a guy who probably got it from Jackie B. Cooper, and it gets passed down. And
I think
hopefully-
Jackie got it from somebody too. So.
I'm sure, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It was an old ancient Roman saying, I'm sure. And our job, of course, as leaders is to continue to pass that down and have it get passed forward to the generation after that, right? Now, this next one's tough, especially when we're busy, which in fixed ops is all the time. The next one is listening to hear. And listening to hear is an intentional choice we have to make every single day, Ted. We're surrounded by distractions, and we're bombarded with people and things that urgently need our attention. Everything's a quadrant one, if you're a Stephen Covey fan. Everything's a quadrant one, urgent and important need, right? We live in a world where we have to mode switch and shift focus by the second. That's just the reality of working in fixed ops in 2025. But not in one-on-ones. Listening to hear means we must focus on the associate for those precious few minutes. No multitasking. Let the phone ring. Yeah. Let the alert ping. Let the text messages pile up on your phone unread. Honestly, this is no different than being in front of a customer or your boss, right? Yep. Each should get your full attention, and so should your people. Now, we also have to guard ourselves against this concept called already, always listening. Already, always listening. It was a concept coined by a guy named Werner Erhard, who refers to the way that we tend to listen to others through filters of our own preconceived notions and past experiences and existing beliefs, instead of listening to what's being said in the present moment. In short, listening to hear means that we have to put those filters aside, even if we think we've heard this 1,000 times before. There's a ton of content out there, Ted, on all of this, especially the always listening thing. I think it's worth time if one of our listeners wants to go investigate that, spend the hour it takes to go read about that or watch a few videos. It's a pretty interesting concept, and we all do it, and we can't do it in one-on-ones. You have to be present in the moment. The more we allow ourselves to be in that moment, to be present, and to truly listen, the more influence we'll have, right? People want to be heard, and they'll tell us how to lead them if we just listen.
I'm sorry, what did you say, John? Just kidding.
I love it. I love it.
But it's the most valuable asset. I mentioned it earlier, that time and the ability to take the time to listen. And you're right. We got to tune the world out, all the distractions, all the cell phone pings, all the notifications off to the side.
Yeah, for sure. Now, this next one's really dear to my heart. I think that great one-on-ones, truly great one-on-ones, should also have some time set aside for personal development, right? This is not about what they can do for you or how they can help you hit your goal this month. This is about their personal, professional growth. As a leader, it's one of our primary responsibilities to grow our people. We have a saying in the learning services division at CDK. We believe you grow your business by growing your people, right? When you've got the best person in each position, you've got the best team, and great teams win championships. That means we have to invest time in developing them. Both their immediate, like right now, we got to fix this because it's a code red need, and also their long-term growth goals, right? So here's a couple of tips on how we can do that. First, always have a plan. A few minutes, Ted, thinking strategically about what they need, and then tactically about how you're going to help them get it. It also needs to fit into your larger long-term growth plan. Everyone who works for you should have a long-term plan that you both agree on. That takes time to develop, that's fine. But that focuses on developing those long-term skills and abilities to take them where they want to go. Number 3, regular coaching. Constant encouragement, skill development, role play, stretching beyond their comfort zone. I once read getting off the elevator one time, going to work out on a trip one day. If it doesn't challenge you, it doesn't change you.
Yeah.
And the last is upskilling, right? And I think we start with the low-hanging fruit. What's the biggest thing holding your person back? Fix that first. And then the next, and the one after that, and the one after that, and just keep helping them improve their skills until they're bulletproof. Can you imagine what it would be like to have a team of people that were bulletproof? Even if it took you 3 or 5 years to build that team. I mean, as we say down here in the South, honey hush, right?
hardest thing in life is getting started, John, and start with the low-hanging fruit. I agree.
Yeah, for sure. And the last one of the four is, I think every great one-on-one has to spend some time on outcomes. Now, the good news is this is every coach's favorite, right? Because they think it's about getting things done. And there's some truth there. I think, though, the most important thing about outcomes is that they have to be clearly defined, right? Clearly defined, which I know seems simple. And yet I actually see this, Ted, as the number one miss with most leaders. Just because it's clear in our minds of what we need to accomplish doesn't mean it's clear in theirs. So I recommend using precise language and get confirmation that they actually understand exactly what's expected of them. Because without a clearly defined outcome, there can be no success.
Mm-hmm.
And then gain agreement on that outcome and the path to get there. Some folks, we're going to have every single step laid out for it because that's exactly what they need. Fine. Some folks are, you know what, just point me in the right direction and I got this. And they'll figure it out. They'll use their creativity and their passion to get that result. As leaders, obviously, our job is to know our people and to be sure to give them exactly what they need to achieve. So that includes clear expectations and timelines, right? Not only what I need to get done, also when I expect it to be done by, right? The better we do that part, the easier it is for the associate to get things done and the easier it is for us to hold them accountable. And speaking of accountability, if I can have just a couple more seconds, if needed, get agreement on the consequences of failure, right? Mm-hmm. Now, not everybody needs this. That little voice inside you that says, this is the person I need to have that conversation with, they clearly have that conversation. You know who they are, right? When it's appropriate, not just what we want or what we need or what we've agreed to get done, and not just when it's going to happen, but even the consequences of what happens if it doesn't happen. I've had a lot of success over the years using just a ridiculously simple question. Ted, if this doesn't happen by X, doesn't happen by Tuesday, how should I interpret that?
Wow, I would imagine that would cause some people to really think.
You can see some folks squirm, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But that's exactly the mindset we need them to think about, right? That begins to chip away at that, I hate to say it, but that victim mindset, right?
Yeah.
It starts to change their thinking into leadership mindset. If I know there's a consequence for that action, and I start thinking about how you might be thinking about that consequence, it changes the way I'm thinking about this. Gosh, if I don't do this, then my boss is going to feel the same way I would feel if someone didn't do it for me, which is I don't care. And maybe that's not a good thing for my career, right? Or that I'm not willing to put the effort in, or I keep asking for a promotion, whatever that is, right? When they can start to connect those dots themselves, they start thinking like a leader long before we're asking them to take that next step in their personal growth and become a leader, right? Change the mindset to leadership mindset by what we need, a clear timeline, and when it's appropriate, the consequences if it doesn't happen.
That's a lot of great stuff, John Purdy. Thank you. Any final thoughts as we wrap up?
Yeah, if I can have just a couple of extra moments, I want to add just two technical details. Something I like to call the blend. I'll explain that in a second. And follow-up. So I talked about 4 elements, right? In a perfect world, you'd spend exactly 25% on each, and it would be like this perfectly balanced, encapsulated one-on-one. Great. But in the real world, sometimes we need to spend the entire time building relationships, or they've got something they need to get off their minds, and we just need to listen. Or it's crunch time. It's the end of the month, and we have to focus on the outcomes we need in the next 48 hours. That's okay. Follow your gut and allow these one-on-ones to organically be what they need to be in the moment. The long-term key, though, is to try your best to have a blend of all 4 of those elements in every one-on-one, or at least as many as you possibly can. Remember, Ted? Yep. Building relationships, listening to hear, professional development, and focused outcomes. And here's a great technique for follow-up. Now, I happen to lead a fully remote team. So when we do our virtual one-on-ones, we capture our notes either in OneNote or Loop, or whatever collaborative tool your folks may have access to. For those of us who are blessed to have the meetings in person, like I'm sure a lot of our retailers, there's an even easier way. And I've done this for a million years. Establish a habit where at the end of the one-on-one, each of your team members sends you a brief meeting recap, right? by email by the end of the day, right? When they have to recap what we talked about in an email to you by the end of the day, a couple of things happen. The first thing is they have to think about it, right? Like, what did we actually talk about today? The second thing is they are now documenting the tasks or the outcomes or the expectations. They're kind of making a checklist or a punch list of what gets to be done or needs to be done. You also end up with a record of that meeting that you can reference later if you need to. Remember, we talked a couple of weeks ago about you getting this thing done. Well, here it is and what happened, right? But I think that maybe the most important part, Ted, is when they send you that recap, you get to see how they interpreted what you discussed. And if it's radically different than what your perception was, you know now, instead of being surprised later on. I really want to thank you for the opportunity to share this with your audience. This is really, truly important stuff, right? Our people depend on us. They trust us with their livelihoods. I never want us to forget that. That service advisor, that technician, that parts person, the driver, whoever it is, the cashier, all of these folks have put their livelihoods into our hands, right? And so we owe them being really good at this. For our CDK listeners, I would highly encourage you to go to CDK University, go to the very bottom of the homepage, and you'll find the Leadership Development Catalog, and you'll find everything we've talked about today and a whole lot more. The resources are out there. It's up to us to invest in ourselves so we can invest in our folks.
John Purdy, thank you so much for our audience watching today. CDK Global, CDK University. If you have CDK products, which most of us do, the Leadership Development Catalog at the bottom of the home screen in CDK University will take you where you can find this content and so much more. John, on behalf of the Roundtable, thank you for all you do.
No, Ted, thank you. Honored to be here.
John Purdy, everybody, from CDK Global, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
You have money on the line, but this revenue doesn't have to stay on hold. On a typical day, almost half of service customer calls are put on hold for an average of 8 minutes, while another 40% are never answered. Now, answer every call in seconds with Ava, CDK's artificial intelligence virtual assistant. Available across the CDK Dealership Experience platform. Ava uses conversational responses to book service appointments in real time. If further assistance is needed, Ava passes the call along to your team. Ava can also handle multiple calls simultaneously and respond fluently in over 50 languages, transforming long hold times into efficient and positive customer experiences.
Hi, I am Ava, your virtual scheduling assistant. What type of service does your vehicle need?
I need to schedule an oil change and a tire rotation.
Great! Let's get started with your oil change and tire rotation. Do you want to use one of your existing vehicles? Here are your options. 2022 Ford F-150.
Yes, that's correct.
How would you like to handle transportation while we work on your Ford F-150?
I'll drop it off and wait.
Awesome! We can schedule your appointment for Monday, December 2nd at 3 p.m. Does that work for you?
That date's perfect.
In about 2 minutes, Ava can help customers schedule a service appointment. Customers will feel their time is valued and their vehicle is in good hands, and service advisors will focus on building stronger relationships that yield more revenue. Ava puts an end to the wait and welcomes each caller with efficient, fast service. Every customer, every time. Learn how Ava can transform your fixed operations and more today.
We're collecting the best speakers and panels. Up next, we've got the curator segment from the Amplify event. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Katrina Ness, joined by Ted Ings, and we are here at the Reynolds & Reynolds Amplify event in Dallas, Texas. Ted, this has been amazing.
It's exciting and amazing. And we want to welcome Chris Martinez from Curator. Chris, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you for having me.
You know, we heard so much earlier this year, and even a little bit earlier about Curator. If you don't mind, tell us a little bit about it, because it's a lot of buzz here at Amplify, and people are talking about it.
Sure. Curator is the vision of Brad Title to take the current space of a CDP and move it into what the future needs to be for dealers, and taking all that first party data and making it actionable and relative to the customers out there.
So let's start with that, if you don't mind, Chris. It's a dealership, it's an issue all dealerships face, finding and engaging the right customers to bring into the store. How does Curator help with all that?
Great question. Yes, dealers today cannot just wait around for customers to come into the dealership. Consumers are out there using the internet, looking at all this different information out there, and looking for the stuff before they actually visit the dealer. So when a customer's out there looking for this information, Curator's absorbing all these different data points that the customer's actually doing. And it's combining with the information that a dealer currently has in their CRM. That way it can maximize the information and provide the consumer with relative information of what they're looking at. So we're using different data points from demographic and behavior data to create a single view of the customer, so the dealer has an understanding of what this customer is actually doing.
So it's a very smart platform, using things that we have not been able to utilize, maybe dealers have wanted in the past, and you've put it all together.
Yes, it's actually taking AI and machine learning to a new level. It's taking all the first party data points and all this machine learning to be able to anticipate the need of what the customer is looking for.
Wow. And I can assume, a dealership can do a lot with a complete overview of a customer.
They can. There's a lot you can do, but it really starts with the sales team, because the sales team, when they're out there, needs this information. It doesn't help if a customer's coming into the store and the sales team is blind to what the customer is currently looking at. By tracking a customer who's live on the website, Curator is going to be able to identify, using AI and machine learning, what this customer is actually looking at, because they might have entered the information 2, 3, 4 years ago and they were looking for a Honda Civic, and today they're looking for something completely different.
Right.
So with this complete view, AI is going to write their email, their text message, and even provide them a phone track. So that way the salesperson's job is a lot easier. All they have to do is push a button and they'll be able to send this relative information to the consumer, helping the consumer come into your location because you provide it to them in a timely and professional manner relative to what they're actually looking at.
Right. And, with customers having access to so many different options and so many things through the internet just at their fingertips, this makes it a lot more direct and active for the dealership.
It does.
Yeah.
And Chris, historically, as a salesperson, I didn't want to write that email. I didn't want to figure out what I was going to say in a phone track. I didn't want to have to go through all that. So you've taken a lot of the guesswork out of it to make it more efficient. So now it really puts a lot more control in the salesperson's hands.
Yes, it does. And it also uses automation. So that way salespeople are be able to react to information that was already being sent to the consumer relative to what they're looking at, and provided that information in the CRM for them to review.
And it's not old information, like you said. It's current. It's what's now. And it really puts all this at the dealership's fingertips, the salesperson's fingertips.
It does. It gives them a lot of power and a lot of access to the information in real time.
So let's go back to that. How does Curator know? How do you know what to write? I mean, you mentioned machine learning and we're talking about AI, but where's all this coming from?
Well, Curator works simply just like all technology today, all your social media apps and everything. It's tracking your dealership's website, your CRM, and your DMS. So any of the data points that are connected, and we're trying to remove all those different silos, it's taking all that information in real time, just absorbing. We also use behavior and demographic data. Reynolds being a first-party data source, we have access to a lot of first-party data. And by having access to that, we can fill the engine with more information, making it more powerful. So that way, when a customer 2 years ago fell into a certain audience, today it's able to learn, because we know that people, they get married, they have kids, those kids move out,
Yes.
right? So now that customer needs to dynamically move to a new audience. And dealers need to understand that with that, they need to change the communication and how they're actually communicating with these customers.
You really thought this thing out really well. So
it's a pretty powerful tool.
What is on the horizon for you guys coming up and, wrapping around to the end of 2025?
There's a lot actually, that's Reynolds. I mean, Reynolds always looking to innovate. Curator is looking to continue to grow within Curator. We're also looking at how to make the CRM a bigger platform as well as adding some new features to the CRM. So that way dealers can stop working out of multiple platforms and they can work out of one location. And that's kind of where Curator also brought everything together into the CRM. So that way focused customers using the DMS are looking into one area.
Absolutely.
And just thinking out loud, Chris, this is going to really be a big help to fixed ops because you've laid all the groundwork here on the variable side, doing all the homework, if you will. And now it's going to make it a lot easier for fixed ops. I can imagine this is going to go even further into the customer life cycle, into the service and the fixed part.
Yeah, Curator works for both sales and service, and it's doing the same information for both. So it's driving customers into the front as well driving into the service base.
Well, Chris, congratulations. This is exciting stuff, Katrina.
This is very exciting. With AI being on the forefront of the industry right now in such large comp, it's amazing that you guys are taking the lead with that.
Yes.
All right.
Very exciting.
This is Curator. It's the unified intelligence engine from Reynolds and Reynolds. And Katrina and I are very honored to be able to talk to you about it today, Chris.
Thank you very much.
Katrina Ness and I are here at the Reynolds Amplify event, part of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and we're going to be right back.
Up next is the workshop panel group from the Amplify event. Hello, everyone. It's Katrina Ness, and welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Right now, I'm joined by Angie, and we have a wonderful panel right here where we will be talking about the workshops happening at the Reynolds and Reynolds Amplify event. So if you guys would like to introduce yourselves, starting with Ed, we can get this going.
I'm Ed Roberts, COO of Bozard Ford Lincoln.
Corey Kohler, product supervisor for the product management team, fixed operations with Reynolds and Reynolds.
I'm Caitlin Volts, and I'm a fixed ops product manager for Reynolds and Reynolds.
Rich Lupo, fixed ops director, Appletree, Acura, and Honda.
Excellent. So, Caitlin, we'll kick this off with a question for you. So, your workshop focuses on technician MPI videos. What do you think is the most crucial component with a successful MPI video?
So there's a lot of important components, obviously, but the very most important one is making sure your team is all on board. So you got to share that vision with the team of why you're incorporating video MPI and why it's going to benefit them and how you can implement that is based on that. So that's what I would say.
Absolutely. So, and getting a team on board, is there a best practice to really roll it out for engagement purposes to get everyone excited about it?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of opportunities where you can use some example MPI videos. So showing them what a good video looks like and then getting them to practice taking their video so that they can take it into their own hands and really make it their own.
Yeah. I see it being a really crucial step of the process going forward.
Yes, absolutely. And then Ed, from your perspective, what leadership tactics have you guys taken in order to, initiatize MPI videos along those lines?
Well, we do so much to build trust with our customers. And when we can show them a video, we say that a picture's worth 1,000 words. Well, a video is worth 1,000 pictures. And so it helps build those layers of trust. And then from the standpoint of getting our people engaged to do it, a lot of times they struggle with putting themselves on camera, that nobody wants to see themselves on camera. We don't even want to hear our own voice as it's recorded and it plays back to us. So it's about training them and preparing them that they don't have to be on camera. It is their voice on camera because they need to talk about the vehicle, but now the customer can relate to their vehicle sitting in front of them. When you talk about the issues that we have with it or things that we need to address, they understand it's their vehicle. It's not manipulated. It's not whatever, because everybody thinks, well, is that my car in a picture or whatever else? And then when those things happen, and then they're hearing from the doctor that they never see, the technician themselves, then it builds those layers of trust, and it's no longer selling. It's head buys.
Definitely. And from the customer service aspect, Rich, do you see those CSI scores going up, or do you predict them
to be going up after improving and implementing these videos?
Anytime you can build trust with your customers and enhance their experience, you're going to see a bump in your CSI scores. There's no, they're directly correlated, so there's no doubt about that at all.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then Corey, your workshop really highlights the power of utilizing efficiency building technology within fixed operations. So you, as a big numbers guy, how has this provided a big difference of proper usage of these tools? And what does that actually do, and how does that make it more efficient?
Yeah, and so there's a lot of different tools that are available within the marketplace. There's absolutely no shortage. We've tried to focus on, what are the things that can be impactful for the average advisor, the average technician, to be able to kind of transform that consumer experience. And so as an example, one of the ones that we looked at were the kind of the golden metrics. And what we found was that utilizing the technology and being able to focus on spending time with the consumer not only improves profitability, but it also improves the consumer experience, right? And that's really what's going to be the differentiator with so many different outlets and avenues to be able to go through and have service work perform. How do we make sure that we're being transparent again to the consumer with what our pricing is going to be, with what our information is that's available, but also being able to do it where we're able to focus on the consumer and what their experience is going to be with our facility.
Absolutely.
Rich and Ed, I'm sure that you've seen an improvement too in employee morale with this advent of technology and this implementation of technology. Tell me a little bit more about how your employees have embraced this.
Well, once they try it, it's easy to get them to embrace it, because one of the things you hear consistently from a technician is, my advisor can't sell anything. Well, we're now giving them the tools so that they can sell it. And when they sell something, or we complete something that a customer needs, I don't really call it selling, when we advise customers their needs and we take care of that for them, the technician feels more fulfilled in his job, because he doesn't feel like he's doing all these inspections, all these different things with no outcome on the other side of it. So having that piece that increases the closing ratio for the advisor makes the technician see value in doing those things. But ultimately, we take better care of our customer.
Right.
When we take better care of our customer, we get better CSI scores. We get repeat business. And as Tully says, we're in the repeat referral business.
Right. Excellent. Anything to add?
Where the rubber meets the road, and for our technicians and our advisors, are the more trust, the more approvals, and that makes us all tired and, like Tully likes to say, tired and wealthy at the end of the day, right?
Exactly.
So tired and rich, I think is what he said.
Rich and tired.
Rich and tired, yeah.
There you go.
So yeah, and so it just enhances that for every part of our staff gets the benefits of it.
Absolutely. Rich, is there anything that you're looking forward to today, or any workshops that you're excited to attend at the Reynolds and Reynolds Amplify event, coming from the dealer's perspective?
We recently installed Goo, and we're only about a couple weeks in on that, and so I'm definitely going to spend some time learning more about the product. Already spent some time with Moto.
I love it.
And so those are the two things that we're going to concentrate on, and of course the Spark aspect of the AI that we're always looking at, and the Ray Assistant is a new innovation that they've unveiled today, so we're going to go look at that too.
Absolutely. Caitlin, what about yourself? Coming from your workshop perspective, what are you looking forward to today?
There's a lot of products that I don't get to see because I focus mainly on fixed ops, so I'm excited to see what everybody else has to offer here today.
Absolutely. Corey, what about yourself?
I think, being able to get some of the direct feedback on a lot of the things that we're doing that are new and innovative. We've always had a history of innovation, but the speed of change is rapidly increasing, right? Like there's no shortage of things that we're working on as a company, and especially in the fixed ops realm. And so being able to have kind of the insights and the feedback and direct feedback of everybody who's here at the conference, I think is going to be really good. And I'm also hoping to be able to, maybe arm some folks with a couple of things that maybe they didn't know before they walked in the door, right? There's a ton of things that we can do, and we want to be able to provide, best-in-class tools to be able to do.
Absolutely. I've heard that word feedback a lot today, and Reynolds does a great job of taking feedback from dealers and other employees that are attending this event and implementing that into their products. So how do you guys plan on doing that today?
Well, part of it's just, having discussions with part of the groups. We also, as a company, part of our core competency is being in the trenches, right? Like our collective PMD teams and other teams throughout the organization have done thousands and thousands of dealer visits over the last several years, because that helps us be innately attuned to what are the challenges, what are the things that maybe we don't think of because we have capabilities or things within the space, or things that we can look at differently. And so I think just being able to kind of interface and talk, get some of that direct feedback would be helpful.
Absolutely. Ed, what else are you looking forward to today, being here at the event?
We should always be looking to evolve, and some of the products that we see in here we use, but it's a platform for us to create some conversation and learn how to use those products better. And then there's some products in here that we don't use that I want to learn more about, like AutoVision and TrueSpot and some of those things. So having it all here in one central spot, we can learn how to use the products that we use better, and the ones that we don't use yet, we can get a demo, find out how it can enhance and help us evolve, because if we're not evolving, we're dying.
Exactly. And there's so much to learn here at this event.
Yes, I've heard enhance and evolve, and I think those are two very exciting things to focus on. So it has been such a great and exciting day so far, and it's just getting started. We have so much more to come on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Angie Piscato with Katrina Ness, and we'll be right back.
Hey Vince, sorry to keep you waiting.
Not a problem, Tim.
Can
How
you
you
believe
doing?
how busy our
I
shop
know,
is
man.
today?
I know.
It's amazing how much
great.
business.
What Tim doesn't realize is that his service department could be a lot more efficient. For example, Frank tossed away some technician recommendations because he thinks they're too costly. And look at Mike. He just upset this customer by misquoting repairs. Even his lead advisor let this customer leave without recording any recommended or declined services. On top of all that, I see data reentry and techs leaving their base. I can help Tim stop losing money with better processes. Tim, I've got a lot of great ideas I want to share with you. Let's go to your office and talk about those.
Come on in.
Perfect.
When I first started here as a service advisor, our process for upsells was pretty much old school. The work order was written up, the technician would do the report. Our multi-point inspection was still carbon copies. When the technician had recommendations, they wrote it on the back of the hard copy. The parts departments would do a parts request for the technician. The technician then would walk over to the advisor and let the advisor know if parts were available. Everything was handwritten. Not much of a process. Advanced Service has built communication with technician, advisor, and parts, and it's actually made our departments work better together. Advanced Service has had a huge impact on our hours per row. In February, we were averaging about 1.5 to 1.6. From April to December of last year, we averaged about 2.5 hours per RO. We have taken over 300 or 400 more ROs per month. Our gross per RO has increased to over $200. So we can definitely tell the Advanced Service is working for our store. I really feel that Advanced Service is the best tool you can use to make sure your shop is efficient. If you're struggling with people walking around the shop, the technician hanging out in the parts department, the advisor not at their desk, phones not being answered, Advanced Service will eliminate those issues you're having. If you're trying to find something that's going to help your shop be more efficient, it's Advanced Service.
Go undercover and discover the secrets of Amazon and eBay with our Revolution Parts panel.
Welcome back to Revolution Parts. This is the panel on secrets of Amazon and eBay parts power sellers. We've got the power sellers with us today. Want to introduce our distinguished panel. Marcus Jacobs coming to us from Hugo, Oklahoma. Many of you will be familiar with Anthony Blue Bello, a very seasoned Revolution Parts retailer for a long, long time, and Amanda Poe as well for joining us. Marcus, Anthony, and Amanda, welcome back to the panel. All right. These are power sellers. So our audience and people thinking of getting into e-commerce have some questions in general. So Marcus, I'm going to start with you if it's all right. Talk to us. Tell us what's the process to get started selling parts on eBay or on Amazon. How did you do it? How long did it take you? Kind of take us through that.
Yeah. So I want to start off that, Revolution Parts helps us out a lot in that process. So you're not alone. First off, want to know your branding, what kind of images for banners you're going to want to use, what kind of logos. I would have that ready first, and then you start creating your account. You want to create a profile. You're going to have to go through some identity verification. They'll want to identify or verify your business information, the owner of the account, whoever that may be. Once you get through that portion, you'll want to set up your account, pricing desires, images for your products, product descriptions, have all that ready to go. It takes about 2 to 3 weeks is what it took me to get up and going and to where I'm seeing some sales. It could take you longer depending on how long it takes you to get that identity verification information that they're going to ask for.
Wow. Marcus, about approximately how long have you been on the Revolution Parts platform using these platforms?
I've been on for about 1.5 years now.
Okay. Anthony, what are you seeing in getting started on eBay and on Amazon?
Well, it's definitely a process just to get everything set up. But once you get it set up, it's a lot more, you can integrate to other platforms as far as bringing it to the dashboard or not. It takes some getting used to because there's a lot of things you have to, like Marcus said, to get actually confirmed, verified, bank account. I definitely highly recommend ahead of time, have everything dedicated so that way you're separate. Because a lot of times people incorporate other things or other accounts and you start getting things mixed together. You really want to treat your e-commerce as its own separate business model, just like you would wholesale, service, so on and so forth.
And if I can, Marcus, a follow-up for you. How long have you been in retail, and what position or positions do you hold at the dealership?
So I've been in retail here at the dealership for about the same time that I've been with RP. I started out as a service advisor. Whenever I came on, I heard talk of the e-com. They were getting ready to kick it. And before they did, I stepped in. I was like, let me try it. I think I can do something with it. And I've been doing it ever since, pretty much juggling service drive on top of e-com. And no one else is really involved with the e-com. So it's been kind of difficult and a bit of a learning curve because I've had to learn everything on the fly. And I've had to learn it on my own, other than the support that I've gotten from RP.
Wow. And Anthony, what about yourself, and what do you see in the industry as well?
Well, I've been in e-com for 8 years roughly, and in the dealership world for over 20. But it's a tough market to get into. You definitely need some volume before you start actually seeing tangible dollars. Okay. But I can say once we got turned on, I was in the same boat. It took about 2 to 3 weeks to get actually going live. I started in October. I think it was 2020 or 2019. I forget. But the first month, a couple $100. The second month, it just shot up. We did like $10,000, and my pricing was not that competitive. It's all about being convenient, in marketplaces like Amazon and eBay. Talk about convenience, and Amazon specifically, you can get gift cards too. Like my kids get gift cards mailed to them, and then I swipe them to buy car parts. So,
Amanda, tell us a little about your background in retail as well, and also with Revolution Parts and helping dealers.
So I've been in this industry for about a decade. I think maybe a little more than that at this point, but we don't want to talk about that. And I've worked with a lot of dealers. And I actually got into this industry when people were talking about, when dealers specifically were kind of scared of the internet. We don't want people filling out finance paperwork online. We don't want to sell cars online. We've kind of watched the progression over time of, we don't want people putting in their credit cards online to all of a sudden we want people to put their credit cards in online. And through watching that progression, I'm now working with Revolution Parts, and I'm working with dealers here who are kind of getting into e-commerce on the parts side for the very first time. And they have some of the same hesitations that the sales departments had 10 years ago with getting into online sales, and 5 years ago. And, as we were going through COVID, getting into online sales. And those dealers that are now getting into e-commerce and expanding into eBay and Amazon, I've actually talked to some this week that have expanded from $0 on online marketplaces to over $300,000 a year. And so, just imagine $300,000 a year in eBay sales for your dealership is huge, and that's $300,000 that you never would have seen otherwise.
Marcus, are you seeing that a lot of the clients that you have through the Revolution Parts portal platform, if you will, are not in your market area, people that you would not have normally had?
Correct. Yes. Most of our customers are coming from further out.
Okay. And talk to us about some of the competitive things. I know I have friends who have retail stores, and they also sell their products on Amazon. Okay. But they tell me you got to be competitive on there, right? Because, you don't want to be the highest price. Marcus, how do you keep your eBay and Amazon listings competitive without undercutting even yourself?
So they are right. It is very competitive. Mainly, you want to know what your cost is going to be, including the fees from eBay. You want to understand all of the fees that are involved, so you're not getting any surprises on the back end. That way, you can properly structure your pricing strategy to ensure you gain profits.
Anthony, do the eBay and Amazon platforms, if you will, I mean, that opens the door to a whole lot of customers, not just nationwide, worldwide. Does the benefit of that outweigh any of these fees or, profit sharing that they may take?
I would say yes, but also it's a long-term game plan. You have to have at least some commitment. You have to look at it in a 3, 6, 9, 12-month parameter. I don't think anybody's really seeing a bulk load of profit until they're hitting 6 months, maybe even 9 months, or even a full year, profit that they want to brag about, because it's upper management's going to be looking down very strictly upon new business models. So, marketplace is somewhat of a new business model for a lot of people because the website is what really gets you traffic with a lower commission rate, but then paying all that marketplace fees, it's tough to really show a profit. But once again, I feel that you're paying for convenience. And I don't think price is the issue on marketplace. I think you have to be more visible, whether it's website marketplaces or not. The visibility is what's going to gain you the business. And volume, I think everybody that is in any kind of business, I don't care automotive or not, will say volume is what creates profit. Once you get to a certain point, you can make the prices where you want them to be, but you got to get to that point first.
Amanda, it's kind of hard to imagine a dealer in this day and age not having a storefront for their dealership, let alone a storefront for parts. How important is this for dealers moving forward, regardless of the brand or where in the country they're located?
Having an online storefront for your dealership is essential, but these marketplaces are even more essential for a couple of reasons. You think, just because you have Mopar or Chevy or Ford listed on your website, people are going to look at your website and they're automatically going to trust you. But there's not really a trust factor when somebody is online shopping with the business simply because of the brand. But there is a trust factor with Amazon and eBay because shoppers, consumers know they are protected by Amazon and eBay. And so having these Amazon and eBay storefronts, as well as having your own website, are essential to your parts department and essential to your growth, because you're not just diversifying your portfolio, but you're also establishing a trust factor through the umbrella of brands underneath Amazon and eBay.
That's a great point, Amanda, the trust factor. We all trust Amazon, right? Our thumbs do the shopping and we think nothing less of that. And we know we have confidence that if it's the wrong product or the wrong size, they're going to take it back. Okay. And
absolutely. And there's with Amazon, you're not getting an argument, but as a dealership, we see dealerships all the time say, and as Anthony just mentioned it, there's fees, right? As a dealership, you don't necessarily want to pay those eBay fees. You don't necessarily want to pay the $350 something a month for your storefront, your 4 to 5% per listing fee, a lot of the other things that happen on the back end. And so we talk to a lot of dealers that say that trust isn't worth it because there's too many fees. But then you bring in a company like Revolution Parts and you get introduced to something called a rate card. And you work with not only a partner that makes your life easier and helps you manage it, helps you select the pricing, helps you write descriptions and take pictures of all of your products, but also provides you with a rate card that eliminates most of those fees. So there's definitely a trust factor to being on eBay and Amazon. And if you're really hesitant to getting onto eBay and Amazon, selecting a partner with a rate card could be the push that gets you over the edge.
Okay. That's great information to know. Thank you. Marcus, there are some strict customer service and shipping standards on Amazon and eBay. Marcus, first, how do you keep up with all of that in the course of a busy month and a busy year?
Right. So the main thing is you have the ability through RP to set lead times on those platforms, which is an expectation of when that customer can expect to see that part go out the door. My main thing that I would advise is to keep that lead time in mind. Don't overpromise something that you're not going to be able to deliver on. A motto that I like to use is under promise, over deliver. If you think you can get it out in a day, set a lead time for 2 days to give yourself some cushion. If it's 2 days, set it for 3 days. And on top of that, be thorough in your processing your orders. Don't just order the part before you verify fitment. Reach out to the customer if they didn't provide any vehicle information before you order that part. That way you can minimize returns.
Anthony, those strict customer service and shipping standards are probably what helps bring around the trust on Amazon and eBay with the customers as well. Anthony, how have you done it in the past? How did you do it? And what advice would you have?
Well, the marketplaces make the customer feel nice and warm and fuzzy, right? They give you that 30-day return policy. And I know a lot of dealers really don't like adhering to other people's rules and regulations. But at least from my vantage point, people are ordering these parts because they need them. They're not ordering them like a t-shirt to try it on and then try and send it back. We were doing 6 figures, and I would say under 1% was the returns. If anything, it was somebody ordering a left versus a right. So, I would say that it's not really as bad as you think it's going to be. And you got to look at the positives versus the negatives. I was really a one-man show, kind of like Marcus when I was starting out. And, when your upper management asks you to grow, you have to find other avenues. And the marketplaces, there's just so much visibility. And, look at, cell phone usage right now. It's just too easy to buy from your phone, and it's too easy to return something. So, it's easy for the customer, gives you visibility, adds to your sales. And, like Marcus said, you just got to find that price point that works for you, get the volume going. And, but as far as like what we were doing, it was just very simple. Order it as fast as can be. We had to work through the lead times, which I think Marcus has a very good point on. You have to make those appropriate because you definitely don't want to under deliver, because you get penalized too. That strict rules that eBay and Amazon have, they're under 2% conversion rate. So you get 2 orders per 100 that to do wrong, or else, they start charging you fees. They sometimes will even block your listings. So, you really have to stay on top of it and treat it like we keep saying, like an actual separate business model. You have to, be diligent with your turnaround times, your lead times.
Junior has just joined the conversation. Junior, tell us about yourself, your dealership, and how long on Revolution Parts.
Hi, Ted. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Hi, guys. So I have been in the e-com world for probably almost 10 years now, between Amazon, eBay, websites. I've done a mixture of everything. I started at this dealership about 2.5 years ago now. I had no dealership experience. Dealerships are in my blood. My dad has actually been selling cars for over 30 years. I just decided I didn't want to go that route. So I tried everything else under the sun. And then I saw a job posting a couple years ago, and I was like, that looks interesting. It's Amazon, automotive parts, and at a Chevy dealership my dad happens to work at. Let's try the trifecta here out. So I started here, and this department was down to, it was nuts and bolts and not a big e-com department, very low. So I kind of got to start from scratch and just take off running, and we've been rocking and rolling ever since.
All right, let me come back to you then on that. On Amazon and eBay, we've been discussing they do have strict customer service and shipping standards. Junior, how do you keep up with that? in the retail world with all the other things that you have to be concerned about?
It is a lot, and the standards I put it out like we're Amazon, like we're Prime. I tell my guys and my team, I'm like, look, we're gonna treat every package like it was an Amazon Prime package because everyone can relate to that. Everyone, even whether they are working in this department or not, everyone orders on Amazon, and they typically expect to get it 5 seconds after they order it. So I tell my guys, I'm like, look, we're going to send professional packages out. We're going to respond to customers as soon as they come in. They're not going to sit around for a week and wait on a response. We're not just going to sit on parts. And we move very fast, very quick. And it's communication, efficiency, and attention to detail is the biggest thing. I'm a Marine. I did 4 years in the Marine Corps. So attention to detail is part of my livelihood. So I've instilled that in my team. And it's just treating the golden rule, treat other people how you want to be treated. I want my package on time, very quick, so I instill it in my team, and we're all about speed in my department, is speed and efficiency.
Junior, thank you for your service. Appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Tell us about the process. Go back to when you got started on eBay, Amazon. How long did it take for you personally? How long did it take to get everything up and running? What can you share with the audience on that?
So it was actually pretty interesting for our department here at Parkway. They had a website up and they had an Amazon store, but they weren't actually connected in the back end of Revolution. So me being Amazon, I'm like, I'll start there, and I'm rock and rolling through this. And then I learned about Revolution, and I was like, oh, I can connect this here, and it does all the inventory for me and does all. I'm like, oh, we'll do that. So that took me a couple months, and I started rolling with Amazon for the first year or so because I was by myself for the longest time doing everything. And so I got those integrated, and it handled my inventory. It handled my pricing. It let me ship parts out of Revolution. It streamlined. It made my life a lot easier because before that, they were paying some random guy to update inventory in Amazon. I'm talking, the guy wasn't even here. He was a remote worker. I come in and I'm like, who is this John Smith guy? Why does he keep messing my inventory up? Because one of the biggest things is with Amazon, as most of y'all know, if you don't have a part here in stock, it's hard to sell it to a customer and ship it out the door. Well, this guy's updating inventory. I'm like, he doesn't know what our inventory is. He doesn't know, like, I need this. So I got it connected to the DMS system, fired him. Sorry, go waste somebody else's money. And I did that part. And so I'm rolling. And then finally, about a year and a half later, Jinsei, the sensei of Revolution and of eBay and everything else, is looking at me going, hey, why aren't you on eBay? What are you doing? Like, you're wasting time here. I'm like, Jinsei, I'm by myself. Like, I'm trying to build a team, but I can't build it all at once. So I got another guy in here, hired him as, hey, you're going to learn everything with me. And then just started with eBay. And now we're rocking and roll on eBay, the website, on Amazon, and just keep that momentum rolling. And I treat it all the same, whether they ordered on the website, on eBay, or Amazon. I try to treat every customer as if it was an Amazon Prime order. They need it now, and they want it efficiently, and they want it to look pretty. They don't want to get it damaged and have to deal with the returns and all the other headaches.
Amanda, I'd like that. Treat every customer like an Amazon Prime customer. I like that a whole lot. Anything you want to add on the customer service and the shipping standards?
Yeah, I think that he's, Junior mentions Jinsei the sensei. I think that my addition to this would be a piece of advice. If you are considering getting into eBay and or Amazon, but especially Amazon, talk to somebody who's done it before. Talk to a dealer who's dabbled in this or who is finding success in selling on marketplaces, because they'll give you a lot of really good advice. And through talking to these dealers, I've learned some things. One, don't try to list your entire inventory. Start with, a small portion of your inventory, especially on Amazon, things that you can ship quickly. Make sure you have boxes in stock for those parts. That's something that I learned from a dealer that I never even thought about. But when that Amazon order comes in, if you have a part and you don't have a box to put it in, now you're delayed, or you're spending, $7 on a box at the UPS store trying to get it shipped out same day. So make sure you got boxes, make sure you've got tape, make sure that your printer functions. I can't tell you how many dealers I've talked to that have said I was getting parts orders coming in and not even realizing it because the packing slips and the shipping labels weren't printing. So talk to somebody who's made the mistakes, because I bet Junior and Marcus will both tell you, and probably Anthony too, they've made a lot of mistakes and learned a lot of things the hard way. And so I bet somebody who's done it before could probably help you not make some of those same mistakes.
I love it. This panel, everybody, is about secrets of Amazon and eBay parts power sellers, and that's who we have here. And Amanda, you and I did not get the memo on the red shirts today, but I'll come to Marcus with the next question if I can.
It's Red
Marcus,
Shirt Friday, Ted. You never heard of that?
There we go. Okay.
I normally do Black Shirt Friday personally.
No, it's there's a reason people wear red on Fridays. Not to interrupt you, but red shirts on Fridays is for remember everyone deployed.
Really?
It's a military thing. So at least that's why I've done it for 15 years, and I found out the dealership did it. So that's why everyone at my dealership is red on Fridays. Blue, gray, black rest of the week, but on Friday everyone wears red because we're remembering everyone deployed out there, remembering we do have soldiers overseas. That's why that's the big movement on it.
Well said. Well said. And we'll be sure to air this on Friday. That's what we'll have to do. Marcus, coming back to you, what would you say is a lesser known strategy that separates yourselves, the top sellers, from the rest in these marketplaces? Something, a strategy that you use that you would mind sharing with the audience?
One of the most important ones that I think of that most people probably look over is SEO, search engine optimization. It wasn't until the beginning of this year that I really understood SEO and how much it can change the game a little bit for you on those marketplaces. And not only that, but to understand how they work for each channel, because the algorithms that they use to track that SEO is going to be different between eBay and Amazon. They're not going to be the same. So understanding that and understanding how it works will definitely benefit you.
Marcus is over here speaking marketing language. I like it.
Very clearly. I like it too. Anthony, anything you want to share with us? A lesser known strategy, a secret you could share with us?
Well, I mean, we're all parts people. I don't think there's any secret in matrix pricing, but I would highly suggest that you do some matrix pricing on the marketplaces. I know we're already kind of running on thin margins. You're already kind of trying to price your items high enough to make up for that 11.5% or whatever percentage you're paying to the marketplace. But throw some extra percentage at the low hanging fruit. People are looking for convenience. They're going to pay for convenience. And I don't think the price is always the determining factor. Right. Use that accordingly. Maybe they'll, in their Amazon cart, they'll add some smaller items that you might have an extra 20, 30, sometimes even 40% extra markup on to recoup a lot of those lost things. That was always a trick in my book. I mean, we're used to matrix pricing. Why would we not put it in place on the marketplaces, on the website?
Makes a lot of sense. Junior, anything you'd like to share on a lesser known strategy that separates yourselves, the top sellers, from the rest?
Well, speed and efficiency, but on Anthony's point of the pricing on it, I can have higher pricing than some of my competitors, but I'm getting the buy box on Amazon where the customers are seeing me because of my shipping speeds. And I'm not saying I'm using expedited shipping on every order, but I get orders in and out same day. I don't wait on them. So Amazon has recognized these. eBay has recognized this as we ship fast. So they're like, oh, we're going to put you at the top of the list for a buyer because we want everybody out the door. So speed and efficiency is, I tell my guys, I stole this from Navy SEAL, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. And it's ingrained in all of them. And we're very efficient here. And I don't like wasting anything. So that's my biggest point on it is slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
And that's called, tell us again, the buy box?
The buy box. So the two differences between Amazon and eBay, Amazon, you have 15 people or five businesses on the listing trying to sell the same part.
Yes.
On eBay, you have 15 businesses selling the same part with different listings. So there's 15 different listings. On Amazon, there's one listing with 15 people. So here, you're constantly competing for that one listing, trying to be at the top. A lot of people try to just tank prices or something like that. But if you are very efficient in what you're doing, keep your inventory up to date, get parts shipped out on time, get them sent out in clean, good looking boxes like Amanda was saying. Like we buy from Uline and I buy them by the pallet every other week coming in here. So it's something, all of that has helped me get good reviews and get my shipping standard on Amazon lower or, more quicker. customers see it faster. So that gets me to the top of the list, and I don't have to tank my prices. On eBay, it's same kind of thing, but you're competing more against each other on making sure your listing, like Marcus was saying, your SEO is there and all the pictures are right and everything like that.
I'm taking a lot of notes. I'm learning a lot on this. Amazon, Amanda, anything you want to share on Amazon, on eBay, lesser known strategy?
I think the only thing that I would really say is, and this is specifically for eBay, as Junior just mentioned, that there could be 15 listings for the same part. And if all 15 of those listings are using the stock photography from the manufacturer for that part, your listing is going to blend right in. And so one recommendation that we always make to our dealers is, if you have time and ability, especially on the parts that you're selling frequently, taking your own photograph, making sure that it's a high quality photograph, it's well lit, maybe even making it obvious that it's in a dealership so that they know that this part is coming from a reputable person, will help you stand out on eBay, and it will help you sell more parts because people will automatically be drawn to your listing, in combination, of course, with those amazing descriptions and titles that take into account all the proper keywords, like Marcus said.
Love it.
That's great. If I could add to that, Amanda, when you do your own photos, I used to do a color of the website, put a little color scheme at the bottom with the website on it. So that way, if somebody wants to steal your picture, hey, now your thing's right, color marked on it.
Free advertising.
Yeah.
Very good, Anthony. I like that. All right. I want to thank the panel, the power sellers here on Amazon and eBay. Marcus, Junior, Anthony, and Amanda. Great job today, and learned a lot, and look forward to having you back. I think this is just the tip of the iceberg, and this is, Amanda, such an important topic for everybody who's involved in e-commerce parts.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thanks, everybody. Great job.
Thank you.
The economy is always shifting, and dealerships face new challenges in an unpredictable landscape. But with changes comes opportunity, especially for your parts department. As the market continues to evolve, parts and service are becoming an even more critical revenue stream for dealerships. Consumers are holding onto their vehicles longer, and your parts department is in a unique position to meet the growing demand for maintenance and repairs. The key to capitalizing on this? Selling parts online. If your parts aren't listed online yet, now's the time to get started. If you're already online, it's time to expand your reach. 24/7 e-commerce sales helps you connect with more customers anywhere, anytime. Selling parts through platforms like Amazon, eBay, and your own web store helps move inventory faster, unlock manufacturer incentives, and help keep revenue flowing. The more parts you sell, the more you grow your bottom line, even in uncertain times. The economic landscape may keep changing, but your parts department doesn't have to feel the squeeze. With the right e-commerce strategy, you can lock in steady income, boost profitability, and stay ahead of whatever comes next.
Get back on your feet faster than a snap with Repair on Demand up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Cole Recon is with us. He's with a company called Repair on Demand. Big friend and colleague of the Fixed Ops Roundtable. First time for Cole on the show. Not the first time for Blue Driver Max. Cole, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks for having me, Ted. Happy to be here.
Hey, what a great space you're in. We have been learning a lot these past few months about Repair on Demand, Repair 360. So congratulations to you, Cole, on all the success you're having out there in the market.
Thanks, Ted. Yeah, it's been an amazing ride, and we continue to grow the Repair on Demand business. It's been just great. The adoption's been amazing.
You and I were chatting in the green room a little bit about Blue Driver, and it is just in so many hands now. So tell us about Blue Driver Max, and why is it important for dealerships?
Sure. Thanks, Ted. Yeah. So Blue Driver Max is a professional grade diagnostic tool used specifically for dealerships. It really helps them tell, understand what's happening with cars they're going to take in on trade or even at the auction sometimes. There's no more guessing or, potentially overpaying for another problem. Blue Driver, allows a dealership to scan a vehicle, understand the mechanical condition of that vehicle, understand what trouble codes might be there. And then, Blue Driver Max, what we do is we translate that into like plain English, give you kind of like suggested repair, and then, what the estimated cost of reconditioning is for those vehicles. So it really gives you a complete understanding of what it is you're buying. So you're going into a deal to be able to predict what that reconditioning cost is, far more advanced than you ever have been before.
Wow. Cole, what a great advancement in our industry, because you know how we did it for so many years.
Yeah, we did some research actually in April that showed you a lot of the mechanical inspections are still very manual. People are out there, they do manual inspections, they listen, smell, hear, really advanced dealers are, taking cars around the block, but there's still this huge opportunity for dealers to adopt a scanning tool to help them understand what it is they're actually buying and be able to help accelerate the reconditioning process at the same time.
So let's walk through it for our dealer audience that's watching. How does it help dealership operations day to day? I think I know the answer to some of these, but you're probably going to have a few that I may not be aware of.
Yeah. So it's a great question because we see this all the time with our customers. At its core, Blue Driver Max helps its dealers understand the vehicle they're buying in both its, from a trade-in and, as I mentioned earlier, potentially from an auction perspective as well. It really takes away any surprises from the vehicle. It can also help create a faster reconditioning process and help speed up that turn and getting that vehicle in on trade and then back out onto the lot. So we have, for instance, let's say a code comes up on a vehicle. It's, that a customer is potentially cleared before coming into the dealership. When they scan the vehicle, Blue Driver Max will help you, dealer, identify that there was a problem with that vehicle, a code's been cleared, and then understand what the actual condition of that vehicle is. And then it creates the handoff into that reconditioning process and of understanding what needs to be done to bring that car back into a state to be able to be resold.
A lot of consumers, as you know, are doing their own homework before they come into the dealership these days. Blue Driver Max helps create a level of trust with consumers, I am told. Let's talk about that and why that's important.
Yeah, we see this all the time. As I kind of alluded to before, where a check engine light might be cleared before coming into a dealership, right. Or a lot of customers are out there, with the advancement and how easy it is to get a diagnostic device off of Amazon and allow them to understand what's actually happening with their own vehicle. So by scanning a vehicle when a car comes in, and for those customers that have scanned the vehicles on their own, when they come in, and you can have a conversation around understanding, hey, a customer that's well-educated, well-informed, they've scanned their vehicle, they have an understanding what's happening with their vehicle. And when they come into a dealership and a dealership scans a vehicle, and they're talking the same language at that point, and if being able to diagnose the same information, it brings more transparency and a lot more trust to that conversation. Trade-ins now, if you just look at the trade-in process, the average age of the vehicle on the road in America is now 12 and a half years. So the average age of trade-ins are getting older. So by scanning that vehicle and having an understanding, especially as consumers themselves are keeping, with that age longer, they're keeping vehicles longer, they're doing more repairs themselves, and they're learning to scan their vehicle so they know when they walk in for a service appointment, what's happening with their vehicle. And therefore, when a dealership scans and a customer, has that insights themselves, they can be talking the same language. And then they feel, a level of confidence of like customer going, hey, this dealership understands. I understand what they're saying. They're not trying to pull a fast one on me in any shape or form. So we do provide that level of transparency for the consumer out there, especially that well-informed consumer.
Cole, there's been a lot of chatter and talk the last few years in the industry, and a lot of focus, especially the last 5, maybe even 10 years, on getting that turn time down, on reconditioning and getting to a 72-hour turn in recon. And it's important. It's been proven. And a lot of these dealers, the groups, medium to large size groups, there's a lot of money tied up, and it's been proven that the quicker you turn it, obviously, the greater the ROI. How can a diagnostic tool help with that process?
Yeah, Ted, the short answer is absolutely, it can help with that process. But let me go a little bit further and expand on that. So first, not only by scanning first and catching issues before they catch you later on down the road, by scanning car and the used vehicle trade-in process gives you a better understanding of what the reconditioning issues are with that vehicle. It allows that used car manager to actually put a better trade-in number on that car and not be surprised by any back end issues or any uncaught mechanical issues. That scan, and especially with the repair on demand integration, when Blue Driver Max will take that scan, we then pass that into our Repair 360 product. And then what happens at that point is that all members across the status of that reconditioning process actually are there to be able to manage that entire seamless experience. That scan gets handed off to Repair 360, and then Repair 360 actually will manage that repair and that reconditioning process. We have stats that's, it says that some estimates have like $50 a day loss for every day that vehicle is going through the reconditioning process. So if you can actually shrink those days down and get that vehicle, to your point, that elusive, that goal that we strive for, that 72-hour turn of getting that vehicle in and then reconditioned and back on that front line, that minimizes the time it's just sitting costing you money rather than out there making you money at the end of the day. And that integration, that scan handoff into Repair 360, where Repair 360 will manage that reconditioning process, have the automated triggers, bring in your vendors that you need to manage that process, get your vendors in quick, get the vehicle reconditioned, and turn back out to the front line super quick. So that's where that scanning process really helps accelerate that reconditioning process. No longer does you have the vehicle go to the back, you sit, you then get it into the lot, then scan the vehicle to understand what the actual condition is before you start that process. Instead, we bring that forward, scan up front, scan first, helps the used vehicle department put a better number on the vehicle, helps prevent any losses. Our survey work says, average used car departments will lose about $4,000 a month based on uncaught mechanical issues, but then also accelerates and saves you that the losses per day on the reconditioning process to get to that 72-hour turn that everybody's striving for, to get it back to the front line for the dealers.
Cole, I would bet, just as a follow-up for my own edification, I'd bet there are a lot of dealership owners and managers who still don't know how long that turn is, the real turn in their dealership. We've been managing it with Excel sheets, and now obviously the technology has improved above and beyond that. But I think this Blue Driver Max tool can really help put focus on that time.
It's a great point, Ted. We really encourage, like in the consultation approach that we take, really understand before we even engage, is understanding what that length of reconditioning is. And it is often a thought starter when we begin a partnership with the customer, like actually measuring that, because a lot of time they acknowledge, I really don't know what it is. And then sometimes we're surprised where that can be longer than a week going into 2. It can be up to 14 days at a car sitting there, and you think about the loss that happens during that time, rather than it making you money, you're sitting there paying for that car, not in the reconditioning process. A lot of times just waiting to get into the shop, waiting to be reconditioned, and waiting to get back to the front line.
Cole, what feedback have you received so far from dealers who are using Blue Driver Max?
We get feedback all the time, from customers in all different ways. It helps them. We hear all the time, and we talked about the used car operations. Just the other day, I had a dealer tell us the Blue Driver Max stopped them from actually buying a vehicle. And it's a weird thing to say, but it's actually the reconditioning, the uncaught mechanical issues that he didn't see, but when he started scanning the vehicle and he saw the active trouble codes come in, he was like, this is actually something, I actually don't want to get involved in, because the reconditioning costs were actually so large. That is the rarity. But we hear all the time, customers that will catch 1-2 issues a week, through the trade-in process that actually, pay for the device many times over on for the entire course of the yearly subscription that we have. If you catch one item, basically pays for itself on a yearly basis. I had a customer from the Midwest call me last week that actually said, I just got, I hate to say burnt, but I missed the transmission. I drove it around the block. It seemed to go fine. Got into the shop and realized I had a significant mechanical issue, and he had to replace the transmission for about $4,500 on the vehicle. And he was like, if I would have been scanning, I probably would have caught that in advance. And we hear that frequently from our customers that build this into their process on a regular basis. We always try to encourage them, plug in Blue Driver Max first. You plug in first, scan first to prevent anything from happening, during the appraisal process. Plug it in, 2 minutes for a scan, walk around the exterior of the vehicle, take in the cosmetic side of it. And by the time you're back on your smartphone through our app, you're going to have a mechanical condition report. You'll understand what it is you're getting at that time.
Wow. And I bet it's those transmissions, those costly repairs that get missed, that you're helping to identify early on and accurately with technology. And obviously the Blue Driver Max more than pays for itself. And you provided to the dealers with a whole package of ongoing support in your platform. Am I correct?
Yeah, I couldn't have said better myself, Ted. Thanks for bringing that up. You're right. Like, we're there. We really believe in a partnership with our customers. We help provide guidance on the appraisal process. What is the right order of operations you need to go through to make sure you have a repeatable, consistent experience each and every time. We track the data and we help provide consulting back to them to understand, hey, here's where things are going amiss and here's where things can be better to actually improve the trade-in process, so that you're getting that data and that scan data in first to help not only the used car operations be more profitable by buying cars better and preventing losses, but also speeding up that reconditioning process in partnership with a Repair 360 product, get those cars traded in, reconditioned, and back to the front line super quick.
Cole, these are exciting times in our industry right now.
Very much so. Lots of technology coming to market to help dealers be a lot more profitable right now. Absolutely.
All right. So for our audience watching this, used car managers, recon managers, reconditioning, general managers, dealers, groups who want to learn more, okay, and want to maybe even have some of their questions answered, because I imagine there's nuances different for every dealer and group. How do they learn more about Blue Driver Max and Repair 360?
Yeah, thanks. Easiest way is go to repairondemand.com. And through there, you can schedule an appointment to talk to one of our sales experts. A Blue Driver Max consultation will take 15 minutes. We'll walk you through what a scan looks like, what a diagnostic report looks like, how it benefits you. And frankly, we'll walk through the scan and you can see within 15 minutes how it benefits your dealership.
Wow. Amazing.
Thanks, Ted. That's been awesome.
And Cole, thank you for sharing this with our audience on the Fixed Ops Roundtable, because this is becoming more and more prevalent, because everything is tied together. No more silos, right? And, the dealership that works together on fixed ops and on used and on service and parts, the dealership that plays well together sees great benefits. So thank you for this.
Thanks again.
Cole Reichen, everybody, managing partner of Blue Driver for Repair on Demand. You can reach out for more information, repairondemand.com. Cole Reichen, everybody, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
This truly is the event of the century. Remember to pull out your telegraph and vote for the Sean Butler Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of the event. We'll see you at our speakeasy tomorrow for day 4 of the Fixed Ops Roundtable Summer Roaring 20s Second Swing event.